All right, everybody, welcome to the weird show where we do all things weird and kind of different, little bit different. Let's get into our chat here. Let's see what we can do. There we go. Always got to get the chat set up here so I can see what you guys are saying. And it's usually always very nice things, so I do appreciate that. Let's get my other laptop set up here to... Hey, Kelly, how are you doing, my friend? Alrighty. Let's get this going. There we go. Oh, you're doing good, I take it, if we're using all those symbols. Awesome. I'm glad to hear that you're doing good. I like the shooting star one, and I like the, I think that's a sunset one. And again, you're leading off with the Hawaiian flower, I think is what you said it was last time. I like that one. I think that one's really nice. Big fan of the pink and white. I am doing good. I'm doing really good. Just getting everything set up here on my end, so it's going pretty well. Had our internet out for a little while, it seemed like about 24 hours or so, but it is back, and so I'm ready to do the live. But other than that, it's been okay. It's been pretty good, actually. Okay, I'm going to shuffle the cards here, and we'll see what we can do. We'll just kind of start out. We will do, let's see, so we'll do Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, and see what we can come up with. And a couple more of these here. Oh, just lit some dragon's blood incense. Smells incredible, in my opinion. I really like the smell of it. It's kind of like a spicy cinnamon with kind of a citrusy vanilla to me. It's a very nice smell. It's hard to describe smell, but to me, I like it. I think it's really nice. And Wildberry is the incense brand that we use. So if you guys are wondering, to me, I really like that brand of incense. Okay, let's do this. Shuffle it up again. All right. One more. Let it shuffle here. Okay. I'm feeling spirit here already, just a little bit. On the right side of me, it feels like the guides, at least one guide feels like they're here. But that's usually a good sign. It means we're going to get some good messages. Okay. And you can tell from me to you, when we're talking about guides, we're talking about spiritual guides, they usually present themselves using what's called a calling card. That's something you can call it. I heard a medium say that once in a book I was reading. He was from the UK. Hey, Liz, how are you doing? He was from the UK. I think his name was Brian something. I cannot remember for sure. But he said the spirits have a calling card, a way they communicate with us. So my spirits communicate by, I get tingles usually on this side, like from my head, top of my head, and then sometimes around my shoulder or around my neck. And that's my spirit guide's way of saying, hey, we're here. Other spirits, though, can communicate in very different ways. So it just depends on how your spirit would want to communicate and what you would be open to. Sometimes it can be a sound. Sometimes it can be a feeling. maybe an emotional kind of thing. But it's always important that that's kind of how the spirit guides show us that they are there. Because names, as we've talked about on the channel before, names are conventions that humans use, like labels, right? Spirits don't have labels, and they don't need to have names, and so they would prefer to be known by an energetic signature versus a name. Okay, so that's kind of where I'm on, or where I'm coming from with that. So, okay, let's do this. Let's get these shuffled, and yeah, I'm doing good, Liz. I just recovered from the vid, and you can imagine that it was weird. It was weird for me, and for other people around me that had it as well. It was scary. For me, it was just a little weird. It was just a little off, but other people around me had it much worse. And yeah. Hello, Jalissa. How are you doing? But yeah, and so I was okay, other than I had a fever for like 5 days or like a week, but I was just super out of it, like really, really out of it. Other people had the vid, I call it the vid, COVID. I had COVID-19, so, or COVID-20, or whatever they're calling it nowadays. Not fun. Definitely not fun to have. Lost my sense of taste and smell. I have it back now, thankfully. But that was a weird experience for me. But thankfully, I didn't get any of the other like major symptoms. I had a little bit of a cough, but it did not hit me as hard as it hit the people around me. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm doing better. I'm doing better. Honestly, it really didn't hit me that hard, and I was kind of surprised. So I'm fine with that. I'm fine if COVID wants to say, you know what, we're just gonna skip over you a little bit. It helped me because I guess I got to get it out of the way, right? Because there was so much hype about getting it that actually having it for me, and then it wasn't that bad. I got to see what it was like, and losing your sense of taste and smell, that was bad. And then I had, like my depression got really, really bad for about 3 or 4 days. But besides that, like I didn't have body aches or chills. I was okay, and I'm thankful for that. But yeah, I'm doing all right. Okay, so let's get this started here. I am a bit of a talker. If you guys didn't know that, welcome to the channel. I will yak your ear off consistently. Okay, you don't have to worry about getting bored because I don't even know what I'm going to say, so it's fun for everybody. All right, so let's shuffle these cards and see what we can come up with. Let me see. Give me 1 second, you guys. 1 second. Hold on. All right, I just had to go in the other room and scream for a second. I'm fine now. No, I'm kidding. Let's get this started, guys. Do I think the vaccine helped? I never got the vaccine, so I wouldn't know. I just never, and it's for a stupid reason. I hate needles. I don't like needles. They're not my friends. It's like getting stabbed, but only a little bit, and that just doesn't sit well with me. But I probably should have gotten the vaccine. Yeah. So that's on me. That's on me that I didn't do that. So I can't be like, oh, I got COVID. What a surprise! Because it's like, well, I didn't take any precautions. So yeah. But it's yeah. For me, it wasn't bad. Other people around me much worse. So I'm thankful that it wasn't bad for me, but it's not fun to watch other people not have a good time. Okay, so let's do this. So we're going to do Saturday first. And we're just going to be doing general readings for Saturday. And then we're going to do general readings for Sunday, and then general readings for Monday, and then we can take personal questions. Okay, so I do these generals first, and then we'll do more specific questions for people that are having, you know, specific issues, which everyone is. So that's kind of the point of living life, right? All right, so let's look at Saturday here. So we have, okay, this is interesting. Yes, everyone else is better too. Every day we're getting better, and so it's okay. Like we're doing much better now. Thankfully, it was weird for like 2 weeks, but we're doing okay. Okay, so we have the thinking man in reverse. Okay, so we basically have the non-thinking man, which, you know, I think we can all relate to that. Seems like a lot of men are non-thinking. Then we have daughter of pentacles in reverse. And then we have four of swords in reverse. Let me, it's having a hard time focusing. Yes, you guys, as Liz says, liking and subscribing helps out a ton, and it's a way you can help support the channel, so I would appreciate that. Okay, so the thinking man in reverse with the daughter of pentacles in reverse and the four of swords in reverse, there is a lot of mental energy that maybe we are not harnessing or we're not using. So we could have, maybe there's certain thoughts or certain thoughts, I don't know. But maybe there's certain thoughts that we kind of stay away from, right? Sometimes I feel like just being human, just having the human experience. Hey Ty, how you doing, buddy? I feel like just having the experience of being human, just kind of living that human experience, we will have things we stay away from mentally. We'll have things we don't really address, and we kind of put it into the corner. And when we put things in that corner, it's hard for us to go back and to look at them, especially in an objective way, right? And in kind of a way where it's like not a personal kind of thing. So we could have something on Saturday. Yes, it has been a while. It's been a while. But the thinking man in reverse, we're probably straying away from thinking. Four of swords in reverse, I feel like we're not resting either. So we could actually be looking Saturday. We could be hopefully coming to some issues, like resolving some issues, but there could also be something on Saturday, or rather tonight. There could be some insomnia that we could be suffering from. So if we're having insomnia, we're having trouble sleeping, or we're having that racing kind of thing, it's important to... So Ty, thank you for asking first. I love it when people do that because it helps, you know. So it's $10 for one question. If you go through, if you do super chat, it's $13, but it's $10 if you want to do Cash App or PayPal. So $10 for one question, and then we spend a good amount of time. I'm going to try and be quicker with my readings, but still be just as thorough to help, you know, move things along. I tend to take my time, and if I had an unlimited amount of time, I would still do that, but I'm going to try and move quicker and get you guys accurate, solid information in a timely manner. So, and the reason why I say insomnia, the reason why I say that, when I see Four of Swords in reverse, Four of Swords is kind of like, we need to rest. We need to mentally rest. We need to recharge in some way. Is there a promotion for 2 questions? Let's do, so if you want to do 2 questions, Ty, we could do 17. Or we could do, you know what, let's do 16. You want to do 2 questions, $8 a question. No, let's do 16 if you want to do that. You know, I get to be my own boss, and I'm a bit overbearing at times, but most of the time, yeah, if you want to do a little bit of a special rate, Ty, because you've been on the channel and you've been supportive, so we can do 16. Awesome, thank you, my friend. So you'll be first on the list here. We're just going to do these. Okay, we're just going to do these generals here. We're going to do Saturday, which we're on now. and then Sunday, and then Monday, and then after that we can do your question first, Ty. If you send it, which it sounds like you're going to. So, okay. Then we have this card. We have Daughter of Pentacles in reverse. Okay. So there could be things like we're thinking about our money situation, and I feel like instead of being proactive and doing something about it, we could just be lingering on the fact that maybe finances are difficult for us, maybe things are not moving for us, and instead of looking for help, we could be running around that same kind of treadmill track where we're kind of on the treadmill, we're going, we're walking, we're exercising, we're getting exhausted, but we're not necessarily going anywhere. So that's kind of what I'm talking about when I talk about the treadmill. So we need to focus on possibly looking at finances into a new light, into a new kind of concept where we just look at things in a different way. And there can be YouTube videos, there can be different books that we can read, but it's like we need to step outside of ourselves, because if we're just being stressed out, if we're just feeling like things are not working, but yet we keep doing the same things over and over again, it's kind of on us that it's not working, because we haven't looked for another solution. And I know sometimes it feels very difficult to want to try to change something, but if we're not getting results, that's when we need to change something. Okay, so but it takes time. It takes time, and we need to be gentle in the process of the change, especially when it comes to financial habits and how we establish ourselves, or how we use our finances in life, and what we spend it on. And yeah, so let me take a drink here. Okay. Alrighty. So let's look at this right here. We're going to look at these other cards here for Saturday. And we have got, if you can believe it, my friends, we've got this one. Let's do Knight of Cups right here. We have kind of an interesting looking fellow. The Knight of Cups is fascinating because any of the Knight cards, they're kind of like extremists. However, when they are upright, it can be in a good way. It can be like someone who is emotionally impactful, someone who is, how do I say this? Someone who just gets it emotionally, someone who understands the emotional world, someone who understands how to navigate the emotional world, and possibly not just their emotions, but other people's emotions as well. Thank you, Ty. Let me just look to make sure. Yes, you did. Okay, thank you so much. Awesome. Okay, perfect. You're first on the list, my friend. All right, so Knight of Cups, we have, if you want to think of it like an emotional warrior, someone who just gets emotions, someone who just kind of understands the ebb and the flow of the emotional world, that could be something on Saturday we're dealing with, or maybe we're becoming that emotional kind of resilience for ourselves. So that's something we can look at, right? We can't change what happens to us, but we can change how we respond. We can change how we respond to what happens to us. And that's kind of where our power lies. More than anything else, it's how we respond, not how we react. A little bit of a thing there. I will let you know, Ty. I will definitely let you know. I don't want you to do it just yet, because I want to take my time when we're on your question. So if you do it now, then I have to go back and look. So get it typed out, ready to go, and then I'll let you know. And thank you for being very supportive for the channel. I do appreciate that. So we have the Magician card here in reverse, and Woman Holding a Heart as well. Okay. She always reminds me, when I see this person, it's the announcer on the Hunger Games. I don't know, for some reason I just see that person. Or the I feel like you guys know who I'm talking about if you've seen Hunger Games. So the Magician in reverse, this is interesting right here. And it's right next to the Knight of Cups. And so what this could be is we could be dealing with someone who's maybe trying to manipulate our emotions on Saturday, or they're maybe trying to pull us into a certain direction. But when I see the Knight of Cups upright, it's us standing tall and us being firm with our resolve. So there could be someone that's trying to bring us down, bring us to a level where we react. And as soon as we react, they say, see, you're crazy, you're angry, you're this, you're that. And so it's really important for us to focus on responding instead of reacting, because we give them the fuel that they need to keep kind of gaslighting us and to keep kind of doing manipulative behavior. When we respond, or when we're neutral with our emotions and how we speak to people, it makes it so they can't latch on to anything and they can't manipulate us. We just have to be kind of calm, and we have to be as focused as possible on not letting these people into our emotional worlds or our goals or what we're going to do that day. Like, we need to be as vague as possible. We need to make sure there's nothing they can grab onto to criticize. That's something we could be talking about here. Okay. Now, here's an interesting one. So then we have the Knight of Cups. Or, I'm sorry. Not even close, guys. Not even close. Then we have Woman Holding a Heart. Okay. And this one right here, this could actually be, now this could be a lover coming back, or this could be a person in a situation coming back. Now, this person could be the manipulative person, right? Or maybe in the past we were manipulative with this person. It's important that we can look at it from two different angles. When I see this, it can be a man or a woman coming back. When I see a woman holding a heart, it could just be that maybe there could be more softness. There could be more of an approach like that. Maybe someone that's more open emotionally could be coming back. But if this is someone that we really didn't vibe with, if this is someone that, again, is manipulative and is trying to control and contort our emotions, it's important for us to decide what we want to do in that situation. And we do get to decide how we respond. That's the one thing we get to decide more than anything else, is that we can decide how we respond with situations. We can't control what happens, but we can control how we respond. Okay, so just be on the lookout. Okay, so Saturday. You feel like you're going through that right now? Is this, yes, this is a general reading. Yep. Sometimes it answers questions that you guys are having now. And so it just depends on who's watching. And if I'm the only person here, I basically just read for myself. And so it's fun. It's fun. I get to surprise myself with what's going to happen the next day. But yeah, that will happen. That will definitely happen. So let's shuffle the cards here. And let's focus on our next kind of set of questions here. So let's do this. Or our next set of generals. So let's do Sunday. And then after Sunday, we do Monday, because that is how the weeks, that's how the days of the week go. It's kind of interesting. I mean, we have Sunday, but then we should have Moon Day, right? It should just be an extra O in there, even though I think Monday does mean in some part, but calling it Moon Day would have been a good opportunity to mix it up a little bit. Okay. Let's shuffle these a little bit more. Okay. One more deck that we got to shuffle, guys. I know it takes me just a little bit here to shuffle, but that's how it goes. You get pretty quick with shuffling when you have to do it over and over again, so. One more shuffle here. Okay, so we'll do this and this. All right, let's see what we got here. So first pile here this is for Sunday. Okay, so this is interesting right here. We have the 5 of Swords in reverse. You'll notice it looks like we got ourselves Earthworm Jim all cut up here. He is not looking too good, but probably will come out of it just fine. And then we have the Hanged Man. Hold on one second, guys. I'm sorry I keep going. Just give me 1 second here. Okay. Alrighty. So then we have the Hanged Man right here. And this card looks like it's upside down because he's upside down. But really, it's right side up. Okay, even though that's a confusing card. But we'll talk about that here in just a second. And then we have the Magician in the Mirror. Okay, so for Sunday, what we can see here is we have the Five of Swords in reverse. Now, Five of Swords is kind of like a conflict card if it's upright. If it's in reverse, it could be that we're getting over mental conflicts or we're focusing more on basically seeing things from a different perspective. Now, that's where this comes in. Okay, that's where the Hanged Man comes in, because the Hanged Man, he's upside down and he sees things from a different perspective. Or she sees things from a different perspective. Basically, they see stuff from a different perspective. And this is very important. If we're focusing on a problem and we need to find a solution, we cannot find the solution thinking in the same level that we use to create the problem that's kind of going on. We need to focus on a different level. We need to focus on a different way of thinking. And so that's why other people that have been through similar experiences can give us insight. But the Hanged Man in reverse is seeing things from that different perspective. And especially when I see this, okay, we need to focus on our thoughts and we need to realize that we're in control and we get to decide what's going on. There could be some obsessive thoughts. There could be things going on and it's difficult for us to sort of calm down. It's difficult for us to do things. Something we can do, okay, and I'm not saying this as like I'm prescribing something or I'm doing something like that, but focusing on fixing our magnesium and potassium levels can actually help to calm us down. So if we take a supplement, that can be something that helps. But we need to focus, if we're having that mind chatter, maybe we need to change certain ways like our diets, or maybe we need to change other things, because that can kind of be an issue as well. Okay, and I'm saying that because that's where I'm coming from. That's what I'm focusing on. I have the same issues and I've been doing some different things and it's been helping me to feel better mentally. It's been helping me to feel. So magnesium and potassium supplements are good. And I think it's magnesium citrate that is the one that can help us the most. But that's good to help calm the nerves, to help sort of silence the mind just a little bit. Okay, so Magician and the Mirror in reverse right here. So this is allowing ourselves to kind of putting ourselves into the manifestation state, but realizing that we get to decide what we manifest instead of having it be random, instead of having it feel like every day we wake up and we hit the random button, we have no idea what's going to happen. This is kind of giving us some insight here. When it's in reverse, though, it's making me feel like maybe we feel like our manifesting is out of control, or maybe we feel like we're manifesting things that could lead to us dealing with self-sabotage, dealing with that kind of stuff. And so, hey, Rolly Bago, or Bago, hopefully I'm saying that right. Welcome to the channel. I don't think I've seen you here before. So I do Super Chat, and I do PayPal, and I do Cash App, and it's $10 through Cash App or PayPal, but it's $13 through Super Chat if that's something you want to do. You can see how I work with other people, and then kind of decide if that would be something you would want to do. Okay, you can kind of just sit around and see what's going on here, and then make a decision after that if you would want to do that. But we can absolutely do a reading for you. Okay, so focusing on how we manifest, okay? As we've talked about on the channel many, many times before, we need to come from a place of I have instead of I want. Otherwise, we keep attracting situations to ourselves where we would want the thing that we would want to manifest, but we don't have it because we keep creating scenarios where, boy, it would be good, I would want that, but we don't have it. So it's important to come at it from a perspective of gratitude and of feeling like we already have that thing. And the way we feel like we already have that thing is to be appreciative of the things we have now. And then we can focus on obtaining more if that's what it is that we're wanting to do. So have that be something we do. We do daily gratitude practices. And that can look like if I'm having a bad day, okay? I think of 3 things I'm grateful for, all right? And 3 things sometimes doesn't sound like a lot, but then if we can think of 4, we can think of 5, it helps to get our mind into that mindset where we're no longer thinking of the lack of mentality. And over time, we can fix that lack mentality and turn it into something much more abundant. But that takes time and gentle process. We've talked about this. Be kind to ourselves. Okay, so let's focus here on this next part for Sunday. Okay, I'm seeing what's going on here. We have got 8 of swords in reverse here. Okay, because cocoons do not hang upside down on swords. Not often, anyway. But that would be the card upright. Okay, so when we're looking at this, the 8 of swords is an interesting card. So the 8 of swords is kind of being trapped in a mental prison, but it's something we created for ourselves. This right here is very similar to the 8 of swords right here. Now the 8 of swords is in reverse here. So we really could be putting ourselves into a situation where maybe another person has put us kind of in this place where we don't know what to do and we feel like we're trapped. But there's always a way out. There's always something we can do and something we can focus on to at least alleviate the problem a little bit, and then eventually maybe get some more wiggle room and bust out completely. But I feel like we put ourselves in situations where we like to say, I'm trapped, I can't move forward, I don't know what's going on here. And I feel like we have much more power than we think we do, but we like to play this role sometimes of saying, I don't have that power, I don't have that. But I feel like that's something we need to focus on. We need to find that power, that resolve within ourselves to realize that we can solve our own problems. Or rather, we kind of are our own best friend. We kind of are our own advocate. And so it's something we can use to go forward. Okay. Now, the reason I bring that up is because we have a card that's similar, in my opinion, to kind of the Magician in the Mirror in reverse. And it's another one of the Energy Oracle cards. This is Cornucopia in reverse. Okay. So a cornucopia, it's this horn. It's kind of hard to see, but it's like this Thanksgiving horn looking thing, and you put fruit and, I don't know, turkeys in it or something. But you do something here, you make it very, very abundant. And when this is in reverse, we are blocking the abundance, we are blocking the flow. And we need to take a step back, we need to be grateful for what we already have, we need to want what we already have. That creates a place where we're appreciating what's happening in our lives. And when we're appreciating, we can get more of that kind of energy. We get more things to appreciate when we keep appreciating life. So that's something we can focus on. And I know there's situations where it's hard for us to see the silver lining, but there is a silver lining. There's always a silver lining, or rather a lesson or something that we can take from whatever it is that we're going through. That's not to say it's not difficult, but it's to say that I don't think it's meant to just leave us in the muck and the mire. I think it's meant to eventually lift us out. Okay, the lotus flower only blooms in muddy water, and sometimes the muddy water is the kind of crappy situation that we have, but there can be something positive. There can be a bloom that happens from there. Okay, so then we have 4 of Wands. Okay, so 4 of Wands, it's kind of like a foundational card. In fact, I need to cover up my face so that the camera focuses on the card, so that's why I'm doing it this way. But you'll notice there's people kind of celebrating right there. And I guess they have really powerful laser pointers, you know, because that's something you do in broad daylight. You just have lightsabers that are really long. Just point them up in the air. But really what this is talking about here is, now we can view this a couple ways, but when I see the triangle, and that's kind of what this is focusing on, there's like a triangle pattern. When I see that in reverse, it could be focusing on the divine feminine perspective. Or no, this isn't in reverse, I'm sorry. But when I'm seeing this, it's the divine feminine. It's focusing on that. And now what is the divine feminine? The divine feminine is generally known to be more hidden, passive, and receptive. And when we're talking about receptive energy, it's like being able to feel and understand and get things. I feel like for men, it's much harder for us to feel. It's much harder for us to get it. We're very oblivious to things that seem obvious to other people, but it's not to me, so it's kind of difficult. But this right here is we can focus on that kind of energy. We can bring that in, and that just means allowing ourselves to look around, to understand what's going on, reading body language, understanding that sometimes when people say one thing, they could mean another, and that's kind of hard. But that's something we could be focusing on. Now, 4 of Wands also is a foundation card. It could be working with other people to build a foundation. It could be working with other people to build It could be a role in a group that you could be playing, it could be the leadership role, or it could be doing something together with people where we're coming together and we're focusing on celebrating something. So there could be something on Sunday where we have that, where the cornucopia and the magician are in reverse, the magician in the mirror and the cornucopia card, where these are in reverse. We tend to think too much. We tend to think too much of a situation. And the reason we're talking about thought is because of these two cards, Five of Swords and the Eight of Swords. The swords are mental energy, they're air energy, so they're mental. So we need to focus on changing our perspective, just like the Hanged Man was talking about here. So as we move forward, okay, and I can't say this enough, if we want to learn anything, and I do mean anything, we have the internet. We have something we can go on, we can learn. There's no excuse, in my opinion, nowadays for us to not be able to understand or learn something. You can read, I mean, if you were really looking, you could find psychology textbooks that colleges use. You can do a bunch of different things on the internet and really learn and study for whatever it is or problems you have that are going on. It's just we have to apply ourselves a little bit. And sometimes it kind of stinks to put ourselves in a position where we feel vulnerable and we don't have the answers. But it's because we don't have the answers that we can find something that's really great. And maybe even it solves our problem in a way we didn't think was possible. So that's something we can have moving forward. Okay, let's move on to Monday, and then I can take questions, and we have Ty's question first. So hold on one second here, and I'll shuffle these cards, and then we will see what we can come up with here. Of course, I got to do my celebrational sip for each time we get through a general reading. Alright, so let's do this. Okay, let's shuffle these cards up. Hopefully everyone did have a good day today. If not, that's okay too, because we aren't about toxic positivity. If you had a bad day, you know you had a bad day. Nothing wrong with that. What does it help to try and suppress the fact that the day wasn't good? It doesn't help anything. Talk about it and move on from it in those ways. Okay. Alrighty, one more shuffle with these cards here. There we go. Let's shuffle these cards over here. Hi, Em. So if we're wanting to ask a question, you can see kind of how I'm working here, and then, you know, decide if that's something you want to do. But I generally ask for, it's about $10 on Cashapp or PayPal, or $13 if you're going to do Super Chat, just because Google takes 30%. If you want to see how I work with questions and with answering stuff, you're more than welcome to stay here. And yeah, so I do ask for compensation. I hope that's okay, but if you can't do that, I understand. You're still welcome here. You can talk in the group if that's something you want to do. So welcome to the channel, and let's do this here. There isn't any free list. Not on this one. I figure if I'm gonna work, you know, I should be paid for it. So no free list on here, my friend, but I do appreciate you asking. Instead of coming in here and just asking your question blindly, I do appreciate that you took the time to ask me first kind of how things work here. So I do appreciate that. Okay. Shuffle these ones. Right now I'm doing generals, and this is the generals for Monday. So this is just for everybody that's watching. And you never know, maybe your question will come up. Or maybe something will come up that fixes it a little bit. All right. All right, everybody, I'm going to be right back. Just sit tight in your seats, or if you're like standing on the ceiling, have fun doing that. You know, it's weird, but you guys can do whatever. I will be right back, so hold on. All right, guys, let's see what we can come up with here. Okay, so we're on Monday, right here, and I'm gonna actually take the camera and position it down a little bit, and then have it. Always having focus issues here, just like me. Let's see what we can come up with here. Let's get this down. Where is? Hello, Melody Ramey. So hopefully I said your name right. Welcome to the channel. So you can see how I work with other people. I'm going to be doing a general here. I'm just trying to get the camera to focus. After that, we can do specific questions. I do charge for specific questions. But if you have like spiritual questions or you have something along those lines, not something that you gain from personally, like a relationship question, then we can talk about that as well. But it's $10 for a question through PayPal or Cash App, or it's if you want to do Super Chat, that's 13. But I do appreciate you saying, "Can I ask?" before asking your question. I do appreciate that, and welcome to the channel too. So you can see how I work and go from there if that's something you feel comfortable with. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna do this. Trying to get that to there. It is. There we go. Now you can see the top of my forehead. You guys didn't think I had one, did you? Proved you wrong. Okay, so let's do this. See what we got here for Monday for the general. And so we have Four of Cups in reverse. Then we have Strength in reverse right there. And you'll see that lion has the infinity symbol. We can talk about that too. And you'll also see that this card here is numbered 11. Sometimes the Strength card is numbered 8. And I feel like the infinity symbol there is kind of taking advantage of that 8 symbol, if you know what I mean. And then we have yin yang right here. And this one is upright. Okay, so we're going to talk about this, and I'll kind of move quickly here. So we have Four of Cups in reverse. And when I said I'll move quickly, I mean I'm going to fidget in my seat a lot. So Four of Cups in reverse is a card of emotional rest. However, when it's in reverse, we're not taking an emotional rest on Monday. So from what I'm seeing here, you guys, okay, I don't know whose energy is kind of coming in here, but there's some time we need to rest, and we need to let things happen. We need to let things happen and realize that even if we could control absolutely everything, we would gain nothing from that. In order for us to live life, we have to have experiences. And experiences are just that. They're neither good nor bad. They are experiences to have. And I understand we want more good things. I understand we want more good things than bad things, but we don't get to control what we get. We just get to control how we react or how we respond to what we get, okay? Now, when we have Strength in reverse, this here is saying that we could be feeling weaker on Monday. We could be feeling a sense of like, it's hard for me to get up. It's hard for me to be active. And almost I could say maybe there could be a sickness. There could be something coming in here. And this is just something preventative. If we're not feeling well, okay, it doesn't mean we're going to be really sick, but it's like if we're not feeling well, we're feeling under the weather, be especially gentle with yourself. Be very kind. Be very, very gentle with yourself. Because we gain nothing from rushing, except we make more mistakes, and then we're even harder on ourselves because we're like, geez, I couldn't even do this without making a damn mistake. And we tend to be harder and harder on ourselves. We need to speak in a gentle way, so that way, that's kind of what's in our head. That's the inner voice that we have. Instead of internalizing the bully that we had from our childhood, we can focus on having a gentle parental figure that is us now, focusing on integrating our inner child as we go on. Okay, so the yin-yang symbol here, right here. Yin-yang is interesting because only through the concept of duality can we learn what contrast looks like, okay? The only way humans learn is through contrast. We learn good from bad, we learn hot from cold, we learn black from white, day from night. We learn all these different things because there's a contrast of the opposite, right? And so when we see the yin-yang, okay, we can't have a front without a back, and we can't have up without down. So there has to be something here, and generally when I see this card, it's about letting things happen, letting things take their course, and even if it doesn't feel comfortable or it doesn't feel good, understanding that when we feel uncomfortable in certain experiences, that's because we're getting ready to grow. And the brain does not like feeling uncomfortable. Unless we get our mind addicted to the feeling of feeling uncomfortable, it's hard for our brains to accept that we're going to feel uncomfortable. We would rather sit and melt into an gushy pile and just like ooze all over everything. When things don't allow us to ooze, when things don't allow us to just relax constantly, it's hard for us to want to do those things. And so we need to focus on challenging ourselves. And sometimes the challenge is that we just have to let things happen. And that sounds hard. I understand that sounds hard. But also at the same time, we don't get to make that choice. Think of all the other things that just happen, right? Think of all the other kinds of situations that just happen. Your body grows hair. You don't have to force yourself to grow hair. Your body just kind of makes it happen like a damn chia pet. It just grows. And the same with, having strong teeth. If you brush your teeth, you take care of them, your body kind of does the rest. When we're sick and we rest and we relax, our body heals itself. If we're sitting there and we're really stressed when we're sick, we're just going to make ourselves more sick. But when we let go and realize that things will be okay, our body takes care of the rest, okay? So that's something we need to understand, that resting is something that everything in nature does, but for some reason, humans, especially humans in the West, we think that resting is for losers. But without rest, we can't accomplish things. We're gonna be sloppy with what we do, and we're gonna be even harder on ourselves. So rest is essential. Okay, it's not something that we can maybe do some of the time. It's something that we should be doing. In my opinion, we should be doing it daily. Okay, because I know I do. My spirit animal is a sloth, and so if that makes any sense to you guys, just know that we can rest, and it's okay if we rest. The world will not come crashing down. And sometimes we feel like we have to take care of other people's needs before we can take care of our own. I want you guys to understand that if our cup, if our energy is empty, we cannot help other people in our lives. In order for us to have energy and in order for us to feel good, we need to take time for ourselves. Whatever that looks like, guys, please do that for yourself. Okay, let's move on to this next part. And we have this. So we have, again, this is for Monday. We have Goddess of the Moon in reverse. Okay. Then we have the Knight of Cups. Again, okay, you guys remember the Knight of Cups. It's upright again, so that's good. And then we have the Empress in reverse. Okay, so from what I'm seeing here for Monday, I gotta watch myself. The Empress in reverse, I'm a Taurus. And the Empress is a Taurus. And if it's in reverse, maybe I gotta change some stuff, you know? But Goddess of the Moon in reverse is we're not focusing on the subconscious things that are possibly causing our issues. Subconscious means that it's below our level of conscious. Okay? In a lot of ways we can think of this is if we haven't worked through certain emotional issues, certain kinds of traumas, we can have an instinct to react before we even realize that we are reacting. And that's when you know that it's subconscious. When something happens that's below our level of conscious understanding, that's why it's subconscious. When we're talking about integrating the shadow, integrating that shadow self, we are talking about the subconscious world, and we're talking about bringing our awareness, our conscious awareness to it to kind of awaken or enlighten ourselves just a little bit more. Now, we have this as well, Knight of Cups, okay, emotional understanding, emotional mastery. We could be a little extreme even with our emotions because the Knights are extremists in a lot of ways, as I was saying earlier. So, and there also could be someone coming to us that could be a Pisces and for some reason a Leo. Pisces, Leo, Scorpio, or one second. Cancer, that's the one. So we have those kinds of energies that could possibly be coming in. It could be a person that's coming in, or it could be someone that has those kinds of traits of those signs that I just mentioned. So I do feel like on Monday we have that kind of kindness. We have something where I feel like we can really address issues, and maybe we're being even more kind to ourselves because we kind of have to be. There comes a certain point where we get tired of we just get tired. We just get tired of living the same life day in and day out, and we realize we have to change something. And once you start chasing change, then you will realize that everything is within our kind of power and our experience to understand. Not necessarily to have the best time in the world. I don't think life is about that, you know, but I think it's about having experiences, because that's all we take with us when we go from this world is experience and love. And I feel like that's kind of all life is. A lot of the other stuff, you know, it's just kind of decoration. It's just in the background. And if we focus on the stuff that's just pretty to look at, we tend to miss what's right in front of us, and that's the present moment. And so that's something we can focus on moving forward. Now, the last card here, we have the Empress. All right. The Empress in reverse can be a card where we could be looking at maybe there's a selfish individual, could be a Taurus, right? Not me, though. I'm never selfish, never have been, never will be. But no, seriously, I make mistakes all the time. And I'm selfish sometimes. I think everyone is. I think it's okay to be a little bit selfish every, 3 or 4 minutes. That's my kind of thing. But the Empress in reverse to me could be focusing on bringing in that feminine energy not necessarily having it, not having the feminine energy, but wanting to bring it in. Again, when we're talking about the divine feminine energy, we're talking about receptivity, and it's kind of the hidden energy, right? The hidden energy is something that, and I say receptive, and I say it's passive, and I say it's hidden, because to me, the woman kind of embodies, it's kind of like the woman embodies the spider. And I mean this in a way of great respect, because I think spiders are awesome. And I think how they interact with the world and as a totem animal and as that kind of symbol, I think they're incredible. The spider builds its web and it waits for things to happen. And I feel like with women, they don't have to try as hard to go out and get things necessarily when it comes to possibly a mate or possibly different things. There are struggles for sure, but women are able to bring things in. They're able to have things kind of come to them. They're able to have that kind of flow. But sometimes women give up their power. They give up their power and they chase after things that are not meant for them. And in that process, that's where we can get the Empress in reverse. Because maybe we're doing a lot of chasing when we should let things come to us, when we should realize that the universe can have our back and things can actually happen for us. And that's difficult. I understand sometimes it feels like we have to be the ones to go out. We have to be the ones to do that. But this is saying, look at what we're doing. Are we acting in accordance with our character? Do we feel like we're overextending ourselves, or we're just not acting like ourselves when we're around certain people? Focus on that, because one of the things that builds up self-esteem, one of the main things, is if we act in accordance to how we feel we should be as a person. So if we wake up and we're doing things that we like and we like ourselves as a person, we're going to have higher self-esteem. We're going to be able to understand what that looks like. Okay. And from higher self-esteem, we can have confidence. But if we wake up and we're doing a lot of things that's not us, and we're focusing on this kind of false world or this false persona, then we're going to not have as much self-esteem or self-confidence, because we've kind of depleted that on ourselves. And so it depends on how we react, again, react or respond to the world. But in this case, if we're overreaching for something, like we're really, really trying hard to get it, the universe can keep pushing it away. Because we're trying so hard to get it, the universe is saying, well, you want to keep trying really hard to get it, don't you? So I'm going to keep pushing it back. I'm going to keep pushing it back. But if we let things come to us and we realize that things can happen for us and things can come to us, then we don't live that life of desperation and clinging on to things. Instead, we're letting things happen for us. Okay? So that's what we're talking about here. Ty, please go ahead and ask your question now, and we'll see what we can come up with for you. I'm glad you guys appreciate that. I'm glad. I had no idea what I was saying, but no, I'm just kidding. I'm glad you appreciate that, because I try to put as much of that knowledge sauce in there as I can. Good. I'm glad you needed to hear that, Ty. I think it's always important. What's Janaya's intentions towards me? Okay, question one. What are Janaya's intentions towards you? Okay, so let me take another drink here. Okay. So let's use, the energy deck is good. Let's try this first. So Ty, would you be okay if I tried to connect psychically? I'm not saying I'm going to be able to do it, but I like to, I view these as practice sessions, right? I'm trying to understand things. I'm trying to get there. So if you wouldn't mind, we can do this. And if I'm not able to get anything, or if it feels like the information's inaccurate, then we can do some cards. But I'm wanting to try and see if we could do a psychic connection first. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Just want to ask before I start, because I feel like it's respectful. It's kind of like, even if you're really good friends with someone, you would want to knock on the door before just coming in, I would imagine. Unless you guys have a special rule about that, but... Okay, so let's do this. Let's focus on this. And let me see what I can kind of feel here. So... let me write things down. And as we've talked about many times before, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to take my pen, my Apple Pencil in this case, and I'm going to be scribbling. Okay, that helps me to. I'm not really sure how it works necessarily. Maybe it's the rhythm, maybe it's something else, but it helps me to sort of get psychic information. It's not something you have to do to get psychic information, but it helps to sort of free up the mind, right? So let's see what we can get here. First thing I'm feeling, Ty, and this is interesting. First thing I'm feeling, I'm getting pain in my lower back, okay? And I don't think it's because I've been sitting funny. Let me put it that way. I'm getting pain in my lower back on my right side. Possibly something, I don't know if there's anything going on with you on that side, or maybe you're recovering from being sick or something is going on there. But another thing I got was I felt like there was this sense of, there's kind of this sense of desperation. I don't know if it's necessarily your energy, but it feels like there's something here where we're looking at um, kind of gripping on, if that makes sense. There's kind of this gripping energy, and it feels kind of suffocating in a way, or kind of like it's a lot. Um, so you can kind of tell me if that makes any sense there. And we can kind of go from there. But that was the kind of the first thing I was feeling. Okay. 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 So maybe take it a little bit easier when you exercise. Um, and I'm just feeling that kind of energy. Does your anxiety spike after you exercise? Do you feel like your anxiety kind of goes up after you exercise instead of going down? And we'll get to your question. I know my guides like to do health stuff. I don't know why, but I'm just kind of going with it. During rugby practice, yes. Okay. Okay. Flat-footed, so it doesn't help. Okay. Well, that makes sense that there could be some kind of issues there. Um, there's anything you can do to sort of help in that. I know when it comes to like footwear, especially if there's something that it's very painful to move, but I still push myself. Okay. Okay. Hopefully that goes up to a point and you don't push yourself to the point of maybe something snapping or breaking. I'm hoping you know when to kind of take a step back and stop for the day. But I do feel like there's a tendency to push really hard. That suffocating energy that I got, it's kind of like this ambition. It's this raw ambition that you have, but a lot of it would make it so that there's anxiety left over, because it's kind of like no matter how good you do, you feel like you could do more or you're not doing good enough. So I'm feeling like there's this kind of constant need to succeed or to prove to yourself that you can do something, but you don't need to do that. But there's something in you that's saying, I have to do this, I have to prove something. And so maybe that could be something we focus on. That could be some sort of trauma that we could address, if that makes any sense. Okay. Okay. All right. So when we're talking about that, when we have a drive for success that's that kind of way, it's not necessarily us wanting to be successful at that point. It's us not wanting to disappoint ourselves or our family, and then that can put a lot of pressure on ourselves to try and perform. Okay. Okay, so you understand what I'm saying. Perfect. Um, but that's kind of what I'm feeling here, and I'm giving you this information because I know you're open to hearing this. I know you're open to hearing this. So, um, okay, so let's see what else we can get here, because we were talking about. Let's see. what was it? Janaea, I think is what we were talking about. Okay. So let's look at that. So Janaea's intentions, I believe, is what you asked. Hmm. Yes, her intentions towards you. Okay, so I'm wondering about this, and you can tell me where you feel like this kind of fits in. When I'm focusing on her energy, the very first thing I saw, and this to me represents what I'm talking about. So I saw a Black Panther like stalking, like getting ready to do something like stalking. I'm wondering if has her intentions, do you feel like you're sort of being shadowed or watched from a distance but not necessarily interacted with? Is that something that's going on, like a stalking kind of feeling? When I'm seeing the Black Panther, it's blending in to the night. It's blending in. And so I'm feeling like there's this invisible kind of force, if that makes any sense. Please let me know if that makes any sense, because that was kind of my first impression that I was going with there. As we can get more specifics here. And hello, Tio. Not really. Okay. So if that's not the case, I can understand that. Let's look and see what else I can get here. And thank you for telling me, being honest with me, because then I can try again here. So let's do this here. And Tio, so if you're wanting to do a question with me, my friend, and thank you for coming to the channel, it's $10 through PayPal or Cash App, or it's $13 through Super Chat if you want to ask a question. I don't do any free lists at this time, so. But if that's something you want to do, you can see how I interact with the people I'm interacting with. I'm doing a paid reading right now, and you can see if that's something you would want to try. So just have that as an option. Okay, so I feel like I'm excited to talk to her, but I don't know if it's reciprocated. So then, Ty, would you say you're the one doing the stalking? Manju, how are you doing, my friend? And when I say that, Ty, I'm not trying to judge. I saw that Black Panther energy. I'm wondering if maybe that could be your energy. Are you someone who's looking at her stuff, who's trying to figure her out, and you're not necessarily making a move? You say you don't know if it's going to be reciprocated. I don't know if I'm wasting my time trying to talk to her knowing that she said she has a BF. Okay. Okay, so that makes sense. That makes sense. And hopefully, Manju, you're doing A-okay. I'm hoping so. Okay, not stalking, you're trying to figure out. Okay, perfect, perfect. Um, Now I'll know when I see that symbol that it's not necessarily that way. It's not necessarily stalking, but you're trying to figure her out. So that makes sense to me, because that's what a big jungle cat would try and do. They try and figure out the situation before jumping in. So that to me would make, nah, that would make sense. Okay, so let me do a little bit more here, because for some reason when I'm focusing on her, I'm getting your energy, and so it's making me think here that I need to focus a little bit more on this question. So give me just a second longer here. Perfect. Okay, I can understand that. I can understand that. Okay. Okay. I'm giving you I'm giving you the kind of pictures or the images or the symbols that I'm seeing, and then I'm trying to make sense of it. Sometimes what I get is symbolic, not necessarily meaning what I'm seeing. Other times it's literal. I'm still trying to differentiate between the two. But that's why I'm giving you what I'm seeing so that we can kind of make sense of it together. Sort of cluing you into the process, so to speak. I'm going to use the cards right here just because when I'm focusing on her energy, I'm not getting anything. I'm trying to get something. I can't get that, but the cards will be able to pick something up. So let's do that. We always have the cards we can go back to. So let's we'll use the energy oracle here and we'll see her intentions. All right. Another one. Let's do another one. All right, Janaya's true intentions towards Ty. Okay, so now I'm curious here with what I'm seeing, and I'll show you the cards. I drew 3 cards here. The first card we get is Deceit in reverse, and I'll explain what that means in just a second. Then we have Appreciation. Okay, again, I'll explain what that means. I feel like we know what appreciation is, but I'll explain it a little bit more with these other cards. And then we have Adjacent Possibilities, but this one's in reverse. When I see Deceit in reverse, and then I see Adjacent Possibilities in reverse, I'm feeling like this person doesn't know how to interact with you. They don't know how to respond with you. And I'm not necessarily feeling like there could be a relationship possibility at this point in time. I feel like there's appreciation. I feel like there's a sense of friendship. But when I see Deceit in reverse and then I see Adjacent Possibilities in reverse, it's making me think that this person doesn't know how to handle the situation. I don't know if you talked to her first or she talked to you. But if she talked to you first, she could be feeling very, like, confused, right? But this person's energy to me doesn't feel like necessarily relationship material. It feels like they're, I guess, trying to figure something out, if that makes sense. Because when I see this, the Deceit in reverse, I don't feel like they're doing anything to necessarily try to lead you on. But in a way, it's kind of like maybe there's a little bit of flirting, or maybe there's a little bit of back and forth that seems a little more excessive or a little more unusual than just kind of like a friendship situation. But I'm feeling maybe that's just how this person communicates. Right. Not a relationship between us at the moment. And so I can see that being kind of a scenario that I'm kind of picking up here. So, but I do feel like there's a sense of friendliness, or there's a sense of kind of, okay, so that's kind of the situation that I feel. So it's, how would you put this? I feel like there's some interest, possibly, but there's a sense of someone who's feeling guarded. And I get a sense of someone who, honestly, what I'm feeling is someone who's kind of confused emotionally in that way. We have to think of it this way, Ty. If she's talking to you and she's possibly flirting with you, and she also has a boyfriend, think about you being in a relationship with her as a possibility and her doing that to you. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? If she is flirting with you, but she does have a boyfriend, right. So that can be, and thank you, Manju. I will put you on the list here. Thank you so much. Okay. Okay. So it's kind of that situation where, again, if she does have someone that she's involved with, but she's talking to you, but she's not telling the other person what's going on, and she's flirting, that to me says that we could be looking at someone who's unloyal, or someone who could be not necessarily trusted. Because who would say that she wouldn't do this to you if you guys were possibly in a relationship? Do you know what I mean? We could be having someone who's confused emotionally, or maybe they don't understand exactly how relationships could work. So there could be something like that. But I get a sense of someone that doesn't know what's going on in that way. Hopefully that makes sense what I'm saying, because that's kind of where I'm going with that. Um, that being said, I don't feel like she's necessarily like evil or narcissistic or anything like that, but I feel like we're not seeing the full picture. Okay. She did do that to me in the past. That's why I left. Okay. Okay. So if this is a situation where there's this confusion and there's this kind of thing, I feel like if you're not in a place where you can handle possibly being messed with, and maybe even talking to this person and saying, hey, you're messing with me, and them saying, no, I'm not. If you're not feeling strong enough, like you could handle something like that, I would say stay away from this possible situation. It feels to me like there's still that sense. There's still something there. There's still this. It's kind of like a withholding of the self or a hiding of the self. But I would imagine if you want to be in a relationship. But lately, I've been feeling and thinking of potential romance with her. Okay, okay, and I can understand that. Um, but again, I'm feeling like with this kind of situation, if she does have a boyfriend and she's flirting with you, who's to say that she gets with you and then she doesn't flirt with somebody else? Or who's to say that she doesn't become aloof or just kind of leave the situation? I'm not getting someone who can, I just don't feel like she can handle romantic situations or being in a relationship. It feels like maybe she's too young or she's too um, naive or she just doesn't understand how that kind of thing works. But it feels to me like it would be, in my opinion, it would not be a good situation to possibly get into. Um, so that's kind of where I'm coming from. But I understand that someone coming back in or the thought of something coming in for you feels 21. Okay, so that's still pretty young. Um, but we want to see something time, and I want this to be sort of the case. I want this to be something that you focus on with any new or future possible relationships. When someone says something and they follow through, that's how you know that they could possibly be a good match. Or if for some reason they can't follow through, they apologize and they let you know what's going on. You want someone who's transparent and real with you, and not someone who would leave us possibly feeling confused or thinking, you know, what am I doing wrong or what's going on here? Because there still is some room to grow here, and I'm feeling like you're not wanting to deal and possibly babysit someone in an emotional way or try to open them up, because that can be very, very exhausting. You don't, it's not a relationship anymore in that sense. It can be like you're a babysitter. And I don't think we want to have that, but that's what I'm feeling there. So yeah, probably not what you wanted to hear, but I do try to be truthful with this. And if there's been issues in the past, if there's been things going on, I would say honestly, okay, all right, just with new possible relationships, see if people follow through with what they're saying. And sometimes if it's just online or if it's in person too, it's important to really hold people to how they say they are and what they're doing. Unless their character contradicts that, then you can make judgments based on that. But if someone says they're going to do something and they do not follow through, that can be a red flag. Or if someone is wishy-washy and it's hard to pin them down, that can be a red flag because maybe they're not wanting to spend time with us or maybe something's going on there. And also if there's a relationship and there's this kind of thing going on, that can be a red flag too. So kind of keep your mind open to the possibilities, but that's what I'm getting there. So hopefully that answers the first question and we can focus on the second question, and then Manju, I'm going to go straight to you and we'll get your question. Okay. So I'll put these away and then we'll focus on the second question here. And Manju, that is a good question. When I get to that one, that is a really good question. I've invested in some cryptocurrencies. And so I'm not going to tell you to invest in what I invested in. I did it sooner. I did it at the start of the year, basically, and it's paid off dividends big time. But it's something that we kind of have to watch the market. We kind of have to look at that. And stocks can be, well, when I get to your question, I'll get to your question, but I'm interested to see how, to see what the answer is. Okay. Okay, general reading about what's coming towards me as the year comes to an end. Okay, you know what, Ty? That's a good question. I like that. I like it. So let's move this over. General on what's coming towards you. Let's do this. So I'm going to use the cards again here. And we'll see if we can get some more specifics, possibly. But let's focus on, so we have October, which is almost over. Kind of rhymes a little bit, right? So we have October, we have November, we have December. But so let's look at November and December on events that are kind of happening. So I'll lay down some cards, okay? And we'll see what we can get for you. All right. And you're very, very welcome, Ty. Very welcome, my friend. So let's see what we can get for you. More of these. One or two more of these little shuffles. Get here. And we have got something here. So let's do November. I'll lay down 3 cards for November. I'm just going to lay them straight down. And then I'll lay down 3 cards for December. So let's see what we get here. So what is to come for Ty? What's to come for Ty in November and December of 2021? Here's the December cards. Okay. Hello, Sandeep. Hello. Can I guess? Gemini here, June 7th, 1995. So here's what I do, guys, and thank you so much for coming to the channel and for asking your question. You can see how I work with some people that I'm working with now, and I do paid readings. I don't do any free readings, but you can see how I work and then decide if it's worth paying for. It's $10 a question. So, or $13 through Super Chat. So if you feel comfortable with that, let me know. If not, you can stay and kind of see how I interact with people. That's up to you. But yeah, I don't do any free stuff, but I do appreciate you guys stopping by the channel. So you guys let me know what you want to do. No hard feelings either way. I do promise you that. Okay, so November. Let's see what we got here. Okay, so November feels like, so Ty, when I'm getting this, and I'll show you the cards for November, we have second chakra Archangel Ariel in reverse. And that's kind of what the card looks like. I just gotta do it this way. And you'll notice there's a chakra. You'll notice she's holding like an orb. Okay, and we'll talk about that here in just a second. And then we have third chakra, Archangel Shamuel. This one is upright. This is about the solar plexus chakra. Okay, the second chakra is the, give me one second, we have root, sacral. We have the sacral chakra. And then we have woman holding a coin in reverse. Okay. And so I feel like, oh, thank you for the new subscriber. Thank you. Trending online. I appreciate that. So when we're looking at the second chakra, Archangel Ariel, November could be a time where maybe we're feeling kind of lost, maybe confused, and there could be some frustration in a maybe in something we're passionate about, or maybe in something that we have a hobby with. There could be some kind of frustrations here. And this to me is feeling like maybe we're not able to do what we want to do in November, right? Maybe there's something coming up and it's just hard for us to keep going or to keep the momentum. But here's what I see coming up in November. So then we get the third chakra, Archangel Shamuel. The third chakra is the solar plexus. Its element is fire, and it deals with purpose and will. So when we're talking about this, it's a strong card and we're moving forward. So I feel like there's going to be a breakthrough. I feel like something is not going to work out. I feel like there's going to be something that does not work out that we were looking forward to, but then there's going to be a breakthrough in another direction in November, possibly the middle of November, November 11th, which is like 11/11. I know that, but it feels like November 11th, November 13th, or November 17th. For some reason, those are odd numbers. I know that, but it feels like that's going to be sort of when there could be a possible event happening. But it feels like there's going to be a breakthrough. It feels like there's going to be some energy that comes through where we kind of get something and we understand it to the point where we can apply ourselves better. We can understand a situation better. And it feels like it doesn't come effortlessly, but it comes a lot easier than normally things come to us. Because I feel like in your mind, you have to strive for the utmost. You have to try so damn hard to get just a little bit of results. And I'm feeling in November, something's going to happen where we're not trying nearly as hard and we're still seeing results. And maybe we can breathe a little bit easier. Okay. Now, with that, we get woman holding a coin in reverse. Okay. So there could be something happening in November, possibly near the end of November, where maybe finances are a little tight, or maybe it just feels like finances could be a main focal point or a main interest. Possibly in November, maybe you're moving or you're changing residence. Maybe we're looking into investing in a car, or maybe we're looking at doing something else. Okay, and you're waiting to hear. Okay, perfect. But I'm feeling like there could be something along those lines. So close to the end of November, we're looking to invest in something, and I feel like we need to apply ourselves in the finances, or we need to do something where we're focusing more on making money or making a little bit stronger of a living, possibly, when it comes to November. For some reason, I get this feeling that when I'm focusing on your energy, Ty, it's like the end of the year, the end of the year, the end of the year, the end of the year. That's when things are going to happen. That's when something's going to go. That's when this is going to happen. And I'm feeling like we need to take a breath, and we need to take each day as it comes. We need to take each day as what it is and not try to turn it into something else, not try to catastrophize it, but not try to celebrate it to the nines either. Kind of like we take each day and we allow ourselves to breathe and to exist in those moments instead of constantly focusing on the future. Let's bring ourselves to the present, right? And when we're doing that, we can focus on allowing ourselves, well, basically just to live in the present here. So hold on. I'm going to do this really quick. Hold on one second. Okay. So that's what I'm seeing here. We just need to focus on living in the present moment, because the future hasn't happened yet. In the past, basically the turtle in Kung Fu Panda, all right? He says this, and I feel like it applies, so I'm going to say it. He says, tomorrow is a mystery. Yesterday is history, but today is a gift. That's why they call it the present. So that's something I want you to focus on. The only time we have is now. We don't have then, and we don't have anything really to look forward to because it hasn't happened yet. We have the now moment, and we need to make the most of that as we can. And so that's what I'm seeing here. And I feel like we need to sort of slow down, take a breath, and realize that the world will keep spinning, even if we stop spinning, even if we stop going for a minute. So that's kind of what I'm feeling here for November. So this is good. This is good. I feel like things are going to happen. It feels primarily like we're focusing on more kind of like, I guess, breakthrough energy is what I would call it. It feels like things will happen, things will start lining up. but it's going to be different than what we think it's going to be. It's just going to be something that takes a little bit different of a turn. And I don't think it's going to be bad necessarily, but I feel like it's going to be something maybe that comes out of left field. And what's interesting is that we cannot prepare for all circumstances. And so there's no point in even trying. It's just allow things to happen and then focus on the moment and allow yourself to be in that moment and then see what we can do from there. Okay, when we live in the moment, we can then sort of, when we're in the moment, we're adaptable to other things coming to us and we can adjust ourselves accordingly. But when we're not in the moment, any little thing can throw us off and tip us over. So that's kind of what I'm talking about, being adaptable, focusing on that. So for November, does that make sense to you? Well, it hasn't happened yet. You let me know the end of November if it makes sense. But let's look at December here. Let's see what we got. So okay, so December, this is interesting, and this does not, and I shuffled these cards. These two cards, okay, perfect, my friend. These two cards came up, appreciation and deceit, in December, in reverse, okay? When I see these two cards, it's making me think of Janaya. So something could happen with that, and maybe there's a temptation to do something, right? There could be a temptation, there could be something that happens, maybe a possibility opens up, or maybe something happens where there can be a connection now, or something along those lines. It's up to you what to do in that situation, but I want you to think with your brain instead of with the male parts. You know what I'm talking about. I want you to think with this, because I don't feel it's necessarily going to be something that's good. I feel like we're wanting it so bad to happen, and when it happens, it's not what we will want. When it does happen, it's not going to be a situation that we thought we wanted. We feel like we wanted it really bad, and then when it happens, I feel like that can be a situation where we're like, oh, it's going to be this way, I don't like this. That's what I'm feeling here. The next card we get Door to Spirit in reverse. And so in December, and especially in December, I want you to listen to the subtle cues of what the universe is trying to tell you. Okay? When I'm talking about subtle cues, I'm talking about if we're really trying hard to do something and it just isn't working and we're getting super frustrated and we're just, beating our heads against the wall, take a step back and realize that maybe at this point in time, right now, we can't do anything more. I think that's something we need to focus on. We need to learn how to let go and how to let things come to us instead of feeling like we have to chase after everything. And if we don't, then life will close in on us. I feel like life shouldn't be this hard. I feel like we're focused on the way things could go versus the way things are going. And we need to focus on allowing ourselves to just be in that present moment. So if Janaya comes back, you can do whatever you want to do. You're an adult, you can go and do whatever you want to do. But in my opinion, what I'm seeing is it's a situation where, and I was visualizing a locker, okay, like a school locker. For some reason, I feel like we're in school. I feel like there's something going on there. But I'm seeing a locker, and I'm seeing us trying to open that locker. And that's the kind of situation where you're trying to figure her out. You don't have the combination to the locker, but it's in front of you. And she's kind of like, just figure it out. You get to figure it out. That's what I feel like the situation's going to be, is that you're trying to figure out her problems, her issues, and maybe there's a dependence on you to try to figure stuff out, because I get a feeling, Ty, that you are a very nice person and you would do anything for anybody, but I'm feeling like in this situation, you don't want to open a locker without a combination because you're going to be there for a long time. And there may not be a reward. So that's what I'm feeling. Just be careful in December. To me, it feels like there's good things coming too, but there's other things, there's other situations where we need to be on guard a little bit and just see it for what it is instead of what we want it to be. And I feel like if you do that, you're going to be successful. So hopefully that helps. Good. I'm glad. So that's what I'm getting for November and December. Again, not a bad reading at all, but it's kind of like, let's be careful what we wish for. And then let's focus on why we want the things we want. What is the reason? Do we want the things we want because society or something or this tells us that we want it? Or do we want the things we want because we want them, because it feels like it's something we need for our soul. So that's something we can focus on too, is are we doing things from a societal standpoint, or are we doing things because we want to do them? So I've got November here still. So what we have is we have second chakra Archangel Ariel in reverse. Then we have third chakra Archangel Shamuel. And then we have woman holding a coin in reverse. I'm wondering, you said it was a scholarship. Maybe something happens where I feel like you could still get in, but there could be something with finances. Like maybe we need to do something financially. I don't know if it's a full scholarship or if it's a half scholarship or what it is, but maybe something happens where there could be an unexpected cost, and that could be something that comes up, okay, in November. So again, I don't know if it's a full scholarship. I don't know how the scholarship works in this case. But that I could see that being an issue. Maybe maybe we need finances. Maybe something comes up and we need to do something. Okay, it's a full scholarship. Okay, then when I see this card here, because we get the third chakra Archangel Shamuel, I feel like it's going to happen, but it's going to be different. And the best way I can describe it is it feels like something's going to happen with finances. That's the one thing I'm seeing here in November, and I feel like it's going to be closer to the end of November. Possibly not even related to the school. If it is a full scholarship, then this could be something else entirely. I was feeling like maybe a car, or maybe investing in something, like feeling like we have to do something with this, like we have to get something in order to move forward, and maybe that sets us back a little bit. So it could be, you know. Okay, I hear back if I get an interview ending of October, first week of November. Perfect. That's coming up. That's coming up. So you'll know pretty quick here. You were thinking about shipping your car to school. I wasn't even aware you could do that. I figured, okay, so I was right when I said something about a car. That was a while ago, but that's what I was feeling. What is it? Is it like $800, $900, or is it more than that? 1,700 or 1,500 was coming in, but I'm probably way off. $1,200 is the best price you get. Okay, so it is pretty damn expensive. Let's do this time. Let's take it. You're thinking 12. You're thinking 12 steps ahead here, maybe even 1,200 steps ahead. But let's think about this. Let's focus on what's going to happen during this next week, and then after that, let's focus on the other stuff. Because right now we're putting the horse before the carriage, so to speak. I'm only a college student, so that's a lot. Okay, so that explains why this card came up in reverse in November. So possibly towards the end of November. I feel like if you get in, you make it, that probably would be a worthy investment, but it's going to hurt. That's going to sting. And you might be having some top ramen for a month or two. Get the spicy chicken or the creamy chicken. That's the good one. My mother said it probably isn't a good idea, but I'm a senior and I want to make the most of my senior year. Okay. Okay. You get to decide, Ty. You get to decide how that goes. So listen to yourself. Listen to kind of what's going on. Hey, ramen's good. Ramen is good. It is something that got me, probably shouldn't have had as much as I did when I was younger, but yeah. So take into account your own decisions and see why your mom feels that, like, understand why your mom feels that way. I'm sure you're good at looking at why other people would think the way they do, but take into account all the possibilities, which I know you are, and then go from there. Okay, you're very welcome, Ty. Okay. All right, Manju, are you still there? I know I take a minute for when I do these readings, but I'll be thorough for you too, so. And you're very, very welcome, Ty. Awesome, Ty. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. Let's hope everything works out the way we want it to work out. Okay. Awesome, Manju. Perfect. Okay. So thank you for waiting. You've always been very patient. I just want to make sure I give as much information and detail as I can. And so that's why I take a minute. Okay. I'm going to do that with you as well. So, with cryptocurrency, I'm going to draw some cards. We're going to see what we can do here. Let's look at, so when we're talking about possibly investing in cryptocurrency or stock market, Manju, how much are you feeling like you're going to try investing? What's kind of the amount you're thinking? Yeah, I can try that. Is it $100? Is it $200? Is it more? And yes, the cryptocurrency has been going insane. Like I said, I've made quite a bit. I've made almost 1,000% return on my investment. But I invested in Dogecoin at the beginning of the year when it was like 2 cents or 3 cents, and now I think it's getting close to 30. And so, but Dogecoin I feel like is kind of a popular one. Sheeb coin or Shiba Inu coin is also one that I feel like is going to increase in value, but I'm a little biased with that because I'm invested in Sheeb coin. I've made money off of it though because it's gone up quite a bit. But let's look here. So I'm going to draw some cards, and we'll see what we get for cryptocurrency, and then we'll see what we get for stocks. So let me see kind of what's going on here. But there's a lot of good ones out there. Want to start with a small amount. That's smart. That is very smart. So let's look at that. A small amount, that's good. That's good. We don't want to just jump in. What we can do is if we start with a small amount, we gain some traction, we can take out our initial amount that we deposited and just have that for safekeeping. And then with the kind of the earnings we have, we can put that and invest it into something else. So that's something we can do too. See what we get here. Hi, Pallavi. So I do charge for my readings. I don't do any free readings. If you feel like that's something you want to do with me, it's $10 for a reading, or $13 if you're doing super chat. But yeah, so you let me know if you feel comfortable with that. I'm doing a reading now. You can see and observe what I'm doing and kind of go from there if that's something you feel comfortable with. Okay. So let's do, the left card will be cryptocurrency, and the right card will be the stock market. And let's see which one of those would be better, and then we'll kind of go into a little bit more detail here. Okay, so let's do this. Left card for crypto, right card for the stock market. All right, what do we do? What do we do if both cards are good, right? We'll go into more detail on both, I suppose. Man holding a coin on cryptocurrency, okay? That to me seems like the one to go with. I'm feeling like it's crypto, especially with this card, and it's upright, so that's a good card. We also, though, we get the world when it comes to the stock market. I do feel like crypto is good now. I feel like crypto is something to get into because cryptocurrency is like a decentralized currency, right? And I feel like that could be something to get into. There is a lot. There is a lot of cryptocurrencies you can invest in, though, and certain cryptocurrencies have more viability than other ones. For instance, Shiba Inu coin, okay, is similar to Dogecoin in the cryptocurrency market, but it's a quicker kind of currency to spend. But Dogecoin has more of a wide appeal. And then Bitcoin is, you can use Bitcoin in so many places. Dogecoin is starting to get more popular, though, and you're starting to be able to use that in a lot of venues and a lot of different things, like a lot of different ways you can use that. But primarily, you want to look for a currency that's going to be adopted for future use. Bitcoin is already, in my opinion, for now, I feel like Bitcoin has hit its surge or its boom. A lot of people are thinking that Bitcoin is going to go up to 400,000 for one Bitcoin, 300 to 400,000 for one Bitcoin. And if you got in now, I mean, if you bought a full Bitcoin, no, if you got in now and maybe bought $100 in Bitcoin, that may turn in the next 2 or 3 years, that may turn into $500, possibly. But what I like to do is I like to invest in currency that is not yet hit that level, obviously, because you have Bitcoin. You have Bitcoin, you have Ethereum, okay? And you can view those like Bitcoin is gold and Ethereum is the silver, okay? And Ethereum has gone up a ton too. And Bitcoin has obviously gone up. Dogecoin has gone up several times, and Shiba Coin has too. And Shiba Coin, or Shiba Inu coin, right now is let me look up the price for one Shiba Inu coin. And this one so far, so you want, like I said, you want something that hasn't reached its kind of peak level yet, right? We want something that hasn't reached that peak yet. So look at this, okay? So Shiba Inu coin, I mean, it's been going up, but if we do this, if we look at a 6-month graph of Shiba Inu coin right there, you can see that it started out kind of right here, and then it's skyrocketed the past little while. And so in 6 months, Sheeb coin has gone up 915%, okay? So I feel like that's a good one because it hasn't reached that level yet. And one Sheeb coin, and I'm going to use United States currency because I don't know how to put it into your currency. But one Sheeb coin is 0.000078. Okay, so I put in probably 3 or 4 months ago, before it started really taking off, I put in $70. If I can remember right, I put in 70, and that's paid quite a bit off of that. Because Sheeb coin is becoming more popular, that's something that's happening in that space. So what we can do is we can type in whatever it is that we're wanting to invest in, and we can actually do this. Hey, buddy. So, yes, buddy. But in my opinion, so I bought Shiba Inu coin for $70, and if I can remember right, I got 7 million of them. I got 7 million of those. So if Shiba Inu coin hits $1, I'll have $7 million. I'm not saying that's going to happen. It's a far off ways from happening. But if it did, $70 could turn into 7 million. You can see the potential for something huge to possibly happen. I know, buddy. I know. My cat's meowing at me. Hey, Priyakoth. So I don't do free questions, but if you would want to do a paid reading, we could do that. It's $13 through Super Chat or it's $10 through Cash App or PayPal. So you can tell me if that's something you would want to do. I'm working with someone now, and you can see how I interact with them. If you feel comfortable working with me, then we can work together. So just let me know. But I would say, and I'm going to do this. Okay, I'm going to draw some more cards. But when I was thinking of the crypto, I was thinking of Shiba coin. I was thinking of the Shiba Inu coin. And I use this. Well, I don't know what you have, and I don't know what country you're from or what you have, but I use crypto. It's just called crypto. And I use that as my main investing platform. But Shiba Inu is this, and it has it just has that. It has like a Shiba Inu on there, and that's just what it's called. So I'll show you the face again. And you can see in one day it's gone up. I think that's one day. Yeah, one day it's gone up 27%. And I feel like it, in my opinion, I feel like it's just going to keep on going up. I'm from India, been thinking of Shiba Inu and Doge. Okay, so those are the two I invested in, like I said. And Dogecoin is interesting because we'll go into some detail here. So, here's something with Doge that I need to tell you here, because so I invested a fairly substantial amount for me into Dogecoin. I'm not going to say how much, but a fairly good amount, and it went from 2 cents, and I think at the very highest that Dogecoin went in 6 months, because this is when it happened. Dogecoin went up to, where is it? So Dogecoin went up to about 71 cents a coin. It probably, if I can remember, maybe it went a little bit over 71 cents a coin. Right now, Dogecoin is at 28 cents a coin. But when it went to 70 cents, I made like 30 or 40 times my investment. I mean, some good money, but I left it in. And it went back down, and it cut itself almost in thirds from what it was before. So I would say Shiba Inu coin, is the one I would invest in, because I did. But I feel like Dogecoin, at least right now, I don't feel like Dogecoin is super stable. There's so much information that comes out, and to me, Dogecoin sways back and forth so much that it doesn't feel quite safe. It feels like it's gonna go somewhere. I do think that, because it's gone up 10 times in value already this year. So I do think that it's going to keep hitting what's called a new floor. So when a currency hits a new floor, that means that it's going to stay at that level and usually not go back down. It means it's going to stay at that level. And Dogecoin hit about a 20 cent, 22, 23 cent floor, and it's been staying there. It's been staying solid. So it increased 10 times in about 6 months. I do think it's going to go up even more, but I think, honestly, when is the best time to start? Okay, so yesterday would have been the best time to start, but we'll work with what we have now. I'm just kidding. I'm having some fun here. So let's look at this. So I'm going to take these two cards, so we don't get these again. I'm going to take these two and put them over here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put down some cards, and I'm going to go through the months. Okay? I'm going to go through the months, and we're going to start with October. I know it's almost over, but we're going to start with October, and then I'm going to keep going until I feel like there could be a good time to start. Okay? And then when I get to that month, then I'll look at the week. I'll look at weeks, and then I can look at days. So that's how we're going to do this. So we're going to pinpoint it more and more. So let's kind of look here, because I'm curious too, right? I'm curious too as to when would be a good time. So let's do this. But look at the utility. Like I said, look at how the coin is being used, and if it's being talked about. And the more a cryptocurrency becomes a mainstay, like let's say a car dealership has crypto, it adopts cryptocurrency, and it's like a big chain of a car dealership, or let's say like IKEA or something, right? Like a big franchise accepts this currency as a form of payment. That shows that there's stability in the coin, and that shows that it can go up and it can keep going up. The more utility the coin has, the higher the value is going to be. And so we need to look at news stories on if something is being adopted, and then we also need to look on if something is going to take a hit. Maybe we hear, because it's not always up. Maybe we hear that Sheeb coin, the creator hasn't updated it for a while, or maybe we hear that there's a flaw with it in some way. It's important to look at this, and then it's important to look at also if a coin is inflationary or deflationary over time. And like Dogecoin does not have a cap on how many Dogecoins can be created. So you could have millions and billions of Dogecoin out there, right? And each time there's another billion or another million Dogecoin, you would think the initial value would go down, right? Because there's more and more of it out there, and because there's more, the value would go down. So we need to look at how it's being adopted, and if a currency ever hits a cap, that means that that's how much it creates a year, or that's how much it's going to create, or it's not going to gain any more if it hits a cap on the market. Hopefully I'm making sense, but you want to see the utility. And one thing that we can do, I haven't really tried this for cryptocurrency yet, but it's something we can do. Go to Google, type in trends, have that be something that comes up. Go to Google, type in trends, and then when you do that, you can look for as long as that trend has been going. So type in Shiba Inu coin, and you can see when it started to gain traction. You can see when like there were more and more Google searches for certain things. And generally speaking, wherever there was a lot of searches for something like this, there's a news story as to why there was something going on. So you can take your time and invest and see what's going on. And if something looks promising, you can go from there. But let's see here. Hopefully that makes a little sense. Hopefully I wasn't just jabbering on. I'm sure some of that was confusing, and I'm sorry if it was. But let's look at when is the best time to start. Okay. All right, so let's see here. We have October. We have November. We have December. We have January. We have February. We have March. We have April. And then we have May. Okay, so we did about 8 months here, including October. So what I see here is I feel like it would either be good to invest in like now, right? I do feel like it would be good to invest now. And you can buy, so let's say Shiba Inu coin, right? Let's say you buy like the equivalent of $20 worth of it, okay? Right now, if I put $20, give me a second here. I appreciate you being so patient with me. Let's see. Here we go. So if I go to this right here, okay, so let's say I wanted to buy, so if I put in $56, if I put in like $60, around $60, I would get about 700,000 Shiba Inu coin, okay? So when I when I put in, let's see here. So if you wanted to do something, or you could start a little bit slower, maybe we buy 100,000 of it. Because we're buying such a large volume, and because the price can really, I feel, in my opinion, it's going to keep going up. If we buy 10 or $20 of it, maybe in a little bit, yes, 60. Okay. So if we tried that, then we could see what happened. Like I said, I put in $70. I bought 7 million Sheeb coin, and now that $70 has turned into, as of right now, it's $562 that it's turned into. So it's almost 10 times itself. And then with Dogecoin, I put in a lot more, and that's been the same. So I do think it's a good time to get in. I really do think it's a good time. But put like you said, put in a small amount and then see kind of what happens. But I think it's going to keep going up, and keep track of news stories. And realize that you're going to have ups and you're going to have downs, okay? Because like I said, I had Dogecoin hit, and I'll go into this when it's the best time to invest here, but I had Dogecoin hit 71 cents a coin, okay? I was in some good money, some really good money, but I did not take it out. And it went right back down. It really plummeted. And that's because Elon Musk, from what I was seeing, Elon Musk went on to SNL, and he said jokingly that Dogecoin was a hustle. It was something that wouldn't pay off, basically. But he said it on SNL, and he said it in a joking way. But people lost faith in the cryptocurrency because he was the face of Dogecoin. I think still is. And when he said that, people lost faith in it, and they started selling. And as soon as they start selling, it loses its value. So now we have these months right here. So let's do this. So October, I feel like would be a good month. The reason I say that is we get 7th Chakra Archangel Uriel. Okay, this card is upright, and this card is a spiritual card in my opinion. And when I see this card, it's kind of like, do it intuitively, right? Do as much as you feel like you can do, but I'm going to say this right now, okay? I feel like I can see what's going to happen with these. I feel like I can understand the market a little bit. But that does not mean that I'm going to be 100% right. So please invest an amount that you can afford to lose. I'm going to say that right now, but please invest an amount you can afford to lose, and it's not going to take food off your table, and it's not going to hurt you in any way, in those ways, okay? I just want you to be safe, and I want you to understand that this is kind of like gambling in a way. We're hoping for a certain future outcome, but we're not sure we're going to get it because it's kind of up in the air. Yeah. So then we have this card. So we have October as possibly being a good time to invest, or we have March. With March, I get the door to romance coming up. So there could be something coming in March. Maybe that would be the time to invest for you. But honestly, if I can be completely honest, I feel like as soon as you can do it and experiment with it and try and just sort of see what happens, like I said, don't take money you don't have to invest in something. Take a little bit of money you have, invest in it, and then see how it does. Watch it coast along. Watch and see kind of what happens. That's going to be how you know if something's good. And then if you want to invest more, we can do that. Thank you very much, Deepanshi. Hopefully I'm saying that right. I don't know if I am. But when it... okay, so... Again, hopefully that makes sense, Manju. So, Deepanshi, I appreciate the subscription and I appreciate the like. You're awesome for doing that. I don't do free questions. So if you want, you can do $10 for a question, or you can do $13 if you're going to pay through Super Chat, but I do PayPal and Cash App. I do appreciate you doing that, but if you feel like that's not something you want to do and you want to take it back, you can do that too, my friend. I will not be upset. Okay. Either way, I just don't... don't want to get your hopes up or anything, but thank you for stopping by the channel. I do appreciate that. Is it wise to invest in USD or INR? Okay, so let's take these cards, put them over here, and let me see what I can come up with here. I'm going to put these ones back. I'm going to use another set of cards. So let's look at this. So we're going to do USD on one side here. And then we're going to do INR, which is it rupees? What is INR? What is the... Sorry for my ignorance. I do not know what INR is compared to USD. All right, should Manju invest with USD or INR? Indian rupee. Okay, so I was right. All right. I thought that's what it was, but I wasn't sure. I don't know if you've played a lot of Zelda, The Legend of Zelda. The currency in that is called rupees, and I didn't want to get those. Right. I didn't want to get those mixed up. So rupees, $1 equal to 74 rupees approximately. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you so much, Akanksha. You guys have such beautiful names, and I feel like I just do the Caucasian thing. I just butcher these beautiful names, and I am so sorry if I say it wrong. But okay, let me try this again here. So $1 equal to 74. Okay. All right. USD on one side, and then INR on the other side. Okay. Okay, so no, you pronounced it correct. Oh, perfect. Perfect. Akanksha. Hopefully. Okay. So awesome. Awesome. So USD, I do feel like Manju, literally. Apparently you're not going to see the card. No, I'm just kidding. USD. Right here, we get the King of Coins. Now, so I feel like investing in USD would be good, but if we're talking about, because Akanksha said $1 is equal to about 74 rupees approximately, and I'm sure that shifts a little bit each day. You paid me $750 in Indian rupees, I think. And if that's the case, then you would be investing 750, 3,000, and then 40. So you'd be investing possibly 4,500 rupees if you invested in your own currency, or about 60 USD if you invested with USD. I don't know though, because sometimes when we exchange currencies, we lose a little bit of the currency as in the exchange process. So if that feels like something you want to do to possibly turn your money into the USD, if you can do it without losing anything in the process, do it that way. But it does seem like USD might be a good option. Okay. And there's other ones. I mean, I heard a story. I mean, this is super rare, right? That this happens. But there was a person who invested, they invested 100 pesos. I'm pretty sure this is a true story. I'm pretty sure it's accurate, but they invested like 100 pesos, which is equal to, let's see here. Okay. So they invested about the equivalent of $5, so 364 Indian rupees. Okay. They invested about $5. And I think it was like 1 or 2 days after they invested, they woke up and they had millions, I mean, millions of dollars because the currency they invested in, when they bought $5, the currency was worth so little that they actually bought, I mean, I think it was like 50, 60 billion or million or something. And it just skyrocketed overnight. I mean, it really skyrocketed. Those stories are super rare, but things can happen where, you know, I probably shouldn't be talking about that because it's so rare, but I find them fascinating. But depending on what you invest, you can make a little, or you can make a lot, or you can lose a little, or you can lose a lot. If I would have taken out the Dogecoin when it hit that apex, I would have had money, but I feel like it's going to go a lot higher than what it hit. Um, I feel like it's going to go higher than 71 cents. I did a tarot reading for Dogecoin, and you have to have what's called diamond pause. That's what they call it in the Reddit community. Diamond pause mean that you buy the currency and you just hold it and you don't sell it for like 5 years. Um, and I did a reading, and I did 5 years in the future, and this is some stuff that is way off in the future. Okay, so I could be wrong, I could be right. I just did it for fun, but I saw Dogecoin hitting $5 or $6 a coin. Right, have to start somewhere and small, but I did feel like Dogecoin would be $5 to $6 a coin. Right, so that would be like if you invested now, that'd be like 20 or 30 times your investment back, if that happened. But that's kind of what I feel like would happen, and that would be within, it was within about 2 to 3 years, possibly 5 years. But these kinds of things start out slow usually, and then it keeps growing. As long as you keep hitting a new floor, when you look at currencies, like for instance, Dogecoin is pretty stable. Go back and look at the currency and see what it was doing 6 months ago, a year ago, 2 years ago, and you'll see that it flatlines. It goes up a little bit and then it flatlines again. So it's hitting a new floor, which means that it's increasing in value steadily. But things can happen, right? Because we were talking about Shiba Inu, and Shiba Inu right now is blasting off like a rocket. But again, I do feel like USD, okay? And I do feel like Shiba Inu, in this case, I feel like it's a good investment. So give it a shot, start small, and look at the market and see what each of these coins do. If it's a stable coin, that means it's going to be going steady. And then maybe once or twice a year, it jumps up another, whatever percentage, and then it keeps going and it keeps steady, and then it jumps up and then it keeps going. Dogecoin has done that. Okay, so do you keep buying these currencies, or is it just a one-time buy? So I bought Doge in February, and I just bought it. I bought it 3 times because the price dipped, and you want to buy the dips. You want to buy it when the price goes below. And so it actually dipped from when I bought it, and then I bought it again. So I bought it 3 times in about 2 months. And then since then, I haven't bought any more. You don't have to keep buying it if you don't want to. Okay, so I use, I don't know where, I imagine you're in India, so I don't know what the trade restrictions are. I don't know anything about that. But the app I use is this one. Right here. It says crypto right there, and that's what it looks like. It's hard for the camera to focus, but it says crypto right there, crypto.com. So go to crypto.com and then download their app. And then I just transferred, I was in another app. I was in Kraken, which is, I think that was what I was in, but I transferred everything over to this. And depending on how you do things, depending on what's going on, you can make some money, but it just, like I said, it depends. but crypto is what I use. And if we're talking about buying currency, sometimes we have to take the currency. I don't know if it's like this anymore. I heard of Lazerx too. Okay, let's look at that one. Let's look at this here and see what we got. So Wazirx is India's most trusted Bitcoin and cryptocurrency exchange. You know what? Let's start you out maybe on Wazirx, right? Because I think crypto.com, I feel like that's more of a United States thing. I don't know if it's something that you can, I mean, see if you can get into it, if you feel comfortable. This doesn't seem like a bad option though. It's got its own cryptocurrency, so that's interesting. Honestly, this doesn't look too bad. The place, okay, I want you to think of it like this. So I have a bank. I have a bank that holds my money for me, but it's always in kind of a gamble. You know, it's going to be random. Some days I wake up and I've gained. Sometimes it's up to $1,000 that I've gained a day, but other times I wake up and I'm down maybe 1,300 because I invested a larger amount. But I like crypto.com. I think Kraken is a good one. Don't in the United States there's Robinhood. I wouldn't invest in that because they've done some really shady things. So I would stay Wazirx, look at reviews, look at stories. Sometimes what I do when I'm trying to find unbiased reviews on certain things, type in whatever it is that you're wondering about and then type in Reddit reviews, because people on Reddit are very opinionated. And if they don't like something because there's something wrong with it, you can learn kind of what's going on in that market. But it yeah, and then it's an unbiased review. So like for instance, I find something on Amazon that I like a lot, but I don't trust the reviews that I'm reading because they can buy reviews. Then I type in the same product and I look on Reddit and I see if it's actually a good product because those are unbiased reviews. When people are on Amazon buying things, they can influence reviews. They're not supposed to, but they can. So have that be something you do. Look at what other people are investing in. Take it a day at a time. I know it's overwhelming at first, but it does get easier. And you don't have to keep buying into it if you don't want to, but if you feel like you're making something and you have a little bit more to invest, or you can take out the little that you have and make a little bit more, do that if that's something you feel comfortable with. I'm probably just going to be leaving mine in for like 5 years, right? I'm just going to let it ride and see what happens. But I'm more than likely just going to leave it in there, and it's going to be like a savings account for me. Hey GD, you can, but before you pay, it's $13 for a super chat question, or you can do PayPal or Cash App for $10. I just ask for a little bit extra because of the Google takes it like 30%, so I ask for a little bit extra if you want to do super chat. Awesome, Manju. I love that. I was able to help. I just want you to get the most out of this, and I'm passionate because I've invested. I've invested here, so just take your time. Allow yourself to get used to, like, here's what I would suggest, Manju. Learn as much as you can about this, and have your incentive be that you're just learning. As soon as you start thinking, I'm going to invest in this, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, it kind of becomes overwhelming. Learn about it. Read some articles on it. Immerse yourself in it. And then slowly you can get to that point where you're possibly investing. I want you to take this slow, but I also want you to view it as a possible opportunity to make something, right? Nothing's a guarantee, but there could be a possibility to make something here. So take your time and learn as much as you can about the markets. And if it feels overwhelming, just start with one cryptocurrency at a time. Start with one article at a time, and then read more from there. I know this is overwhelming at first, but it just give yourself that time to adjust to it, because it is confusing a little bit. But yeah. And thank you for saying that too. That was very, very kind of you to say. Okay. Perfect. Perfect, my friend. Take it slow, take it easy, and yeah, just allow yourself to slowly dip into it. Because that's what I did. I tend to get, for me, I get overwhelmed very easy. And then when I'm overwhelmed, I overthink everything. So I started reading a few articles, started understanding it a little bit more, and I still don't know what it is. No, I understand part of it, but yeah, so you got this. I think you got this. Okay, so GD, if you want to go with your question, you can. If not, and I'm not trying to do like the salesman tactic of like I have to go, but if not, I think I'll log off for the night. I do appreciate you stopping by, GD. I don't know if you're new to the channel or if I've seen you before, but if you're new, welcome. And if I've seen you before, I'm really sorry I forgot. People come in all the time, and so I get kind of confused that way. So, yeah. Only Geminis are free. LOL. Only Geminis are free. Absolutely, just the Geminis. And it's good because it's a 2-for-1 deal with Geminis, so that's good. That's good. But yeah. So let's see here. Hold on one second. But if you guys have something for the next 6 minutes, I'll just be doing some talking. If you guys have a question that you want to ask, $10 Cash App or PayPal, or if it's a spiritual question, just feel free to talk to me. Just feel free to talk to me. That doesn't cost anything. But if it's like something you gain personal value from, like does so-and-so like me in this relationship, or what's going on with my relationship, I do ask for money for those. But if you have a spiritual question, oh, well, thank you, Angel. I appreciate that. But I do want to encourage talking. I do want to encourage chatting. So, like I said, spiritual question, feel free to ask, and they are free to ask. So, but yeah, so, hold on a second. I'll talk for about another 6 minutes, and then we'll go from there. If someone pays, I will obviously stay on longer. If not, then I will bid you guys a very, very fond farewell. So no hard feelings either way, other than you don't get to see this mug anymore. So, all right. So there's a few things we can talk about here. Okay, so my zodiac is Taurus Sun, Aquarius Moon, and Virgo Rising. And then my other Western zodiac signs, all I am, and I mean this in the most literal way, all I am is just air and earth. I have tons of like Capricorn and Libra and Gemini, and I have tons of Taurus and Virgo, and I have 1 degree of Pisces in one of my signs, and then I have no fire at all. No fire. So I tell people I'm a fart in the wind because that's kind of what all my signs equal up to. But yeah, just air and earth mostly. And 1 degree of Pisces in somewhere in my chart. So that I feel is it's kind of unusual, right? Just being two signs, because most people have. I feel like most people have all four, but in different combinations. And for me, it's just like Virgo, Virgo, Capricorn, Taurus, Gemini, Gemini, Libra, Aquarius, Aquarius. That's it. Fire and air, Manju. Okay, so we gotta fan those flames. We gotta fan those flames. Fire and air. Okay, hold on one second. Let's see. Perfect. Okay, so you did send the payment, so let me make sure. Thank you very much, my friend. I appreciate that. I try to be as detailed as I can. So, GD, would you want to ask your question, my friend? And thank you so much for helping to support the channel. Let me just gonna do something really quick here. And now you guys get to see me for longer. So I know that seems weird. You have to pay for me to stay on. It's kind of how it is sometimes. But I do appreciate you guys helping to support me. That means so much to me. Here we go. Okay. All right, 1 second here. And I'll read your question. Here we go. Okay. All right, so my question is there a future together for me and the Virgo that I have on my mind? We're currently in no contact. I'm a Taurus sun, me too, Pisces moon, and Sag rising, if that's of any relevance. Not with how I do readings. I appreciate knowing, though, that, that's cool. But thank you for sharing that. If possible, would you be able to get a possible time frame for major event that may occur between us? Thank you. Okay, yeah, let's look at this. Let's look at this and see. So we do things a little bit differently here, GD. I'm going to throw my cat in the air. If it lands on its back, then no, I'm just kidding. So I'm going to shuffle these cards, and we're going to see what we can get. And what I'm going to do to kind of get a time frame for you, we're going to go month by month, okay? And then it can be a approximate time frame. Okay, so perfect, because that's kind of what we're going to do. We can do month by month, and then once I get to a month that I feel like there's going to be a major event in, then I'll try to pinpoint the week. Okay, so we'll get what I feel like will be fairly detailed information here. So give me just a minute, and let's see what we got here. And I'm sorry you're in no contact. I know that can be rough, but hopefully we can help you out and see what we can do. Okay? So I'm going to lay down 12 cards. Okay? And just had to turn off an alarm. Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry, my friend. Okay. Our last contact was about a few days ago, after almost a month or two. After almost 2 months. I'm the Taurus male, by the way. Okay, so let's see what we got here. I'm going to go a year, like I said. I'm going to lay down 12 cards. I'm going to go a year, month by month. If for some reason I don't get a hit, then I'll feel like within that year there won't be anything that happens within the year. Usually I don't like going further than a year, because I feel like it starts getting a little shaky for me to give predictions. It starts to kind of get muddy, if that makes sense. So let's look at what's going to happen in the year. I feel like with 12 cards, there's a possibility we'll get a hit. So We'll just have to see which card. Let's see here. And if you guys enjoy this very odd content, I'm a weird person, okay? If you guys enjoy it, please like and subscribe. I would really appreciate it. My cats would really appreciate it, and my rabbit would even appreciate it. So have that be something we can all kind of rejoice in. All right, let's do this. Okay, 12 cards. Let's see what we got here, my friend. Okay, so I'm gonna lay him down, face down. Oh, well, I'm weird too. Not a bad thing, really. It's not bad, but when you keep yourself up at night with how weird you are, it kind of cuts into sleep, and then you become even more weird because you're not sleeping. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that doesn't sound like a good combination, does it? Alrighty. Let's move these ones over. I figure there's a little bit of truth in that one. Okay, so let's look at the first 6 months. So, okay. So, October, the rest of October, there could be communication, but I'm not seeing that there's going to be anything strong. I get the 5 of Wands in reverse, so there could be something where we're kind of building communication, or something's happening where there's communication, but it feels like it's through a filter. It feels like the communication is not necessarily through a third party, but it feels like there's a filter through this communication. It feels like it doesn't feel organic. It doesn't feel it doesn't feel strong, I guess would be the way I would say it. In November, I get Judgment in reverse, so there could be a streak here where maybe in November we're not really hearing anything. Awesome, Angel, awesome. I love that. And Sage is awesome too. And Palo Santo, if you can get some of that, that's really good too, to cleanse the space. Okay, so then we have... Okay, so this is interesting here. I'm going to see... Communication was weak when you last had contact, so that makes sense. That does make sense. Now we have the Justice card here. This would be for December. Okay, so when I see this card, I'm going to ask you this, GD, and feel free to answer, or just say I don't feel comfortable answering, because when we're doing these readings, I do not want you to feel uncomfortable. But I'm just going to say this. Is there, is it like, were you guys, let's see. Was there a relationship, or was there a marriage, and maybe there's contact done to do something with those? Because when I see the Justice card, maybe there is something involved with the law, or something involved with like signing a paper or something like that. I'm curious if you guys were like married or had kids, and maybe the let me do this here. I'm just going to say that because I feel like when I see the Libra card, that could be something there. I'm wondering if maybe there's communication, because there has to be communication as a possibility. If not, if that's not the case, that's okay. I can read this card another way and say that, you know, I'm just going to wait and see here. She also has a Libra influence. Okay, so that makes sense. So yeah, the Justice card, very Libra oriented. And if you look at this, The Justice card has a scale that it's balancing two things on. And so when I see the Justice card, it makes me think there could be something going on with communication, possibly being contrived or forced in some way in December. Okay. So again, it doesn't feel necessarily in December that it's an organic conversation. It feels like there's something else blocking it. Okay. So let's keep looking and let's keep seeing what we got here. So then we have January, okay, of 2022, and this is the Nine of Swords, okay? So I don't see anything happening in January, especially in January. I feel like that's going to be a month where I don't feel like we're going to hear anything unless there's a third party that has contact or communication with this person. I do not feel like we're going to hear anything from her directly in any way. Because the Nine of Swords is generally a card that denotes insomnia, it denotes anxiety. And it's the 9. It's a 9 card, meaning it's almost to that completion point. So possibly, let's look at the next month and see what happens. But January could be a month where fate could kind of come in and something could happen in the relationship. And I'm feeling like possibly in January, maybe even you're looking at someone else or she is looking at someone else as a possibility, because the only reason I would see the Nine of Swords coming up is maybe feeling like there could be an end or something could happen. I'm still going to do this reading and see what happens, but there could be a possibility of something coming up unexpected for one of you. Okay, so that's why I'm bringing that up. So let's look at February. Okay, so February we have Three of Coins in reverse. Okay, this card's interesting because you said you're a Taurus, right? Taurus sun. And when I see Three of Coins in reverse, Three of Coins upright is a card of stability, like financial stability, or, being able to move to a new location, having a new house, like building something new. When I see it in reverse, though, it could be that something kind of knocks us off balance in February. For some reason, February feels like, again, it's going to be kind of a slower month. There could be some communication, but it's not going to be anything big. But I do feel that there could be something blocking us in February. But this feels like an issue that we're dealing with, not necessarily with her, but maybe something comes up and it's hard for us to kind of keep things going. It feels like there could be a block there, but possibly because there's something else that comes up for you. Okay, Three of Coins in reverse is definitely that. I'm gonna be honest, us girls are complicated. We want emotional connection, not just physical. I'm going through it now with my Aries man. We lost that mental connection and along went everything else. Yeah, absolutely. I've known that, right? I've been in a relationship for 13 years. So I know that connection that you're talking about, that is everything. If that's gone, nothing else matters. If there isn't that mental connection, that emotional safety that you can establish with your partner, the rest of it doesn't matter. It has to be there. And in order for intimacy and stuff to happen, a woman has to feel safe. There has to be that kind of net where there's that open communication. But yeah, I agree with that, Angel. And obviously you would know, you're a woman, so yes, I can understand. Okay, so let's look at, see, we had December, January, February. So this is March. Okay, here we go. So March of 2022, we get the Six of Coins. So I feel like something can happen in March. And this is really good, okay? Okay, so Angel, I'll say how men think. I barely am one, but I can sort of talk about it. No, I'll talk about that here in just a second. I feel like March 2022, okay? I feel like that is going to be where there can be an absolute connection and things can happen again. The reason why I say that is the Six of Pentacles is the harvest card. It's kind of like we reap what we sow. So the Six of Pentacles upright, we're reaping what we sow, we're harvesting something, and in order to have something to harvest, something has to bloom, something has to happen. So I feel like March 2022, there could be more conversation, and maybe there's more of an openness here. And it feels to me like there's more of a warmness in March. There's more of a warmness, there's more of this kind of energy where something can definitely happen. And so I'm feeling like March 2022. I'm going to do the other 6 months, but I am feeling like March 2022. So far, that seems to be the absolute strongest one. So let's do the rest of this though. So we have April, and I'm not going to go through each month now because I feel like we already found one. But I am gonna go through each month, but I'm not gonna talk about each card in a lot of detail because it's kind of takes a minute. So okay, we have March, we have April. There's also something that could possibly happen in May. The Fool card right here, that could be a card of new beginning. Okay, the Fool card is the 0 card of the tarot. It's the very start of the tarot, and it can mean the start of a relationship. So that could mean something's coming to you in May. If nothing happens in March, or if it feels like you're getting something started but it's not quite taking off, I feel like in May, maybe things can start moving along a lot further, and maybe there's a new relationship with this person, or a new sense of starting with this person. Okay, so May, and then we have June, and then we have July, August, September, and then October of the next, okay. So I feel like there's going to be a connection either in March. There could be a connection in March. There could be things moving forward in May, and then things really taking off in June. We get the 8 of Wands. Okay, that's fast moving energy, and that's passionate energy. Hi, let's see. So my PayPal link, hold on one second. I think I can do that for you. That should take you to a list of my stuff here where you can do Cash App. You can do Cash App, or you can hit the support me button and then donate 10 if that's what you would want to do. You're very welcome, my friend. Very, very welcome. So let's see. We had March, April. So May, and then I feel like June, things are going to be happening. And then I feel like, so we have March 2022, we have May of 2022, we have June of 2022, and then October of 2022, there feels like there's some sort of conclusion coming to this because we get the Queen of Pentacles right here. So I feel like if there is going to be any sort of reunion, what I'm feeling, can I donate $8 for yes or no question? Okay, yeah, if you want to do that, yes or no, we can do that. If it's not a super detailed question, I think we can do that. I'll go into a teeny bit more detail than just yes or no, if that's okay. But $8 for yes or no, yeah, we can do that. I don't want to leave you feeling like you're getting gypped though, so I'll go a little bit further than just yes or no. You are welcome, my friend. Thank you. Thank you. So I feel like primarily May, June. I feel like sometime around there. And if I had to pinpoint something for some reason, I'm feeling like it could be like May 24th is something that's coming into my mind. I don't know why May 24th is coming in, but that's kind of what I'm feeling. And then there could be a possible June, maybe June 18th or somewhere around there. I feel like the first 3 weeks of June, there would be something that happens. I know that's not super specific, but I feel like it's towards the end of May or the first 3 weeks in June. So there's going to be like a 6-week period from May to June where I feel like there could be a connection. But I feel like something has to happen in March to establish a stronger connection for things to move forward for May and June. And when I see that, there has to be an openness with communication. There has to be resolution or a resolve of issues. Things need to come up and things need to be addressed. But if that happens, I feel like there can be something new that starts. So that's what I'm seeing, my friend. So hopefully that's within 6 weeks. But I do feel May and June, and some sort of pivotal event happening in March where there can be a strong connection. Something feels like it's easier to connect in March, and then it blossoms into something else, something further in May and June. So hopefully that helps answer the question. Okay. 1 second here, my friends. Messaging my own lovely person, and so I take my time. Um, it's all good. Thank you for the reading. I really appreciate it. You said October. There's confusion of some sorts. What did you mean by that? Okay, so yes, good luck. Yeah, absolutely. October, I get the Queen of Coins. Okay, I'm gonna move. I'm gonna move this chat window over just a little bit so I can see. This won't affect you guys, but I have to be able to. Okay. The Queen of. I'm I'm telling you right now, I got some buttery ass fingers because I cannot hold on to some cards here. Queen of Coins. Okay, this to me is a powerful feminine card, and almost when I see the Queen of Coins, it reminds me of the Libra as well. It reminds me of that kind of like a calm demeanor. Maybe some would call it cold. Some would call it kind of just analytical, possibly. But I feel like this is a card where something good can happen here. I don't know necessarily what this is going to be, but it's going to be positive, whatever it is. The reason why I say I don't know is because the energy with these cards here, in this situation, immediately I was able to read them, and this card as well, the one in March. Immediately I was able to read these and get the context. With this card down here, it feels like something very good or very positive happening in October of next year, but I can't quite pinpoint what, and maybe it's a little too far out for me to pinpoint what's going to happen. Whatever it is, I feel like it's positive. I feel like it's something you would think is positive. That's something I have to make absolutely clear, is that when I'm talking about positive, there isn't a universal, this is positive for me, right? One person's positive is another person's negative. But I feel like in October, something's going to happen that you would view as positive. So a positive change, something moving along. And there could even be, this is a relationship reading, but because we got the answer in the relationship part of March, May, and then June, there could also be something very good, maybe financially, that happens next October, because this is also a financial card that something good could happen. Okay, so I'm feeling like it's just going to sort of all be out there, but October feels positive. I wish I could give you more detail. And I did hear the words celebration. I don't know if there's anything coming up in October that you would celebrate or if something's going on, but it feels like there's something positive happening in October. So that's what I'm getting. You're okay, GD. I think I knew what you were gonna say. You too, my friend. You are awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so let's let me do this here. Okay. All right. So, if someone else wants to do a reading, you guys have a little question or a big question, we can absolutely do those. I also do energy healing. If you guys feel like you have some physical pain, we can focus on doing some energy healing as well. My guides work in a way where we kind of bring stuff up and we can sort of help to heal that process, or help the body to start the healing process. I'm not doing anything other than stimulating your own body's response to sort of help heal itself, right? I can't say I can cure anything, but I can help you guys with certain things. Okay. So energy healing is an option. But we can also do readings. We can do all that stuff. So who is up next? Because right now the list is wide open. And I'm not wide awake, but I'm slightly more awake than normal. So we can do this. We can accomplish great things. When am I coming online next? So it'll be Monday at 8 o'clock Mountain Standard Time. So Monday, 8 p.m. MST. But if someone else wants to do a reading, again, I'll be on right now. I'll be on for another 7 minutes. If I get someone that wants to do a reading before it hits 11 o'clock my time, I'll stay on here. I do not mind doing readings. I love helping people and you guys. And if that's something you want to do, we can do that. I will take my time with your question, and I will make sure to be, I try to establish a sacred and calm space when we're working together. So please know that you guys are absolutely safe. I can also do private one-on-one sessions too, if you feel more comfortable sharing your stuff in private, right? Can you see if my husband is going to stop being an idiot? LOL. Speaking for all men, no. He will not stop being an idiot. He will continue to be an idiot, just like I will continue to be an idiot. I'm oblivious in ways. I mean, I try, but men are like the dumb dogs, right? I don't need to say anything else. That's about as far as it goes. But let me see here. Okay. It's the "they're gonna remain a dumb idiot" card. I can't show you, but that's what it says. It's how it is. I was gonna say, for Angel, right? Talking from a male perspective, men are not like wired that way necessarily. Some men are, but like for myself personally, when I've been with my girlfriend for 13 years, and she has taught me so much during that time, and I feel like I've become a much better person. But Tauruses are notoriously stubborn. I don't know why she stayed with me, because I would push back so hard for no reason. Anyway, when a man opens up emotionally, that's going to be when they can start to change things. That's going to be when they can start to see if they're hurting somebody, or if they can start to see that that the world isn't just black and white. There's several shades of gray. Until I opened up emotionally and became more emotionally in tune with my girlfriend, I didn't see things that way. I didn't see it as a I didn't see people with emotions as it being real. I didn't see that. And it took me a long time to understand what it means to be emotional, because growing up in the United States, men are told to shove everything down, and not, you can be happy and you can be angry. Those are the two emotions a man can have, right? You can't be scared. You can't be sad. You can't, all these kinds of things. You can't be embarrassed and giggle, because that's apparently not appropriate. I still do it anyway. But primarily what I'm saying is that until you reach for a man, until a man reaches that emotional center, it's almost like we view emotions as like almost manipulative or almost like that kind of situation. For me, that's how I viewed it. I grew up in a different kind of house, but from what I've heard, a lot of other men have trouble expressing their emotional energy. They have trouble expressing that emotional side, and um, I would view I would view my partner's way of trying to help me as a threat, like a big threat. Like, oh, you don't think I can handle this, or oh, instead of viewing her as someone that was my partner and that we would work together through things, I felt like I had to do everything alone. Eventually, if a man feels like they can open up and they can share their world and themselves and realize they're not alone, that's when things can start to move forward in that way. But from my experience, it took me a long time. I thought emotions were for other people. Um, I thought it just was something that, yeah, just other people had, almost like it was a disease that people contracted. Oh, you're emotional now, and it's terminal. That was kind of my mentality. And it sounds stupid, but that's my story. So, I'm just going to share that with you guys. Um, does that make sense? Hopefully that makes sense. And if it doesn't, I can say the whole thing backwards. No, I'm say about half of it backwards, maybe. But you guys let me know what you think. Interested to hear it. Oh. Hey, Elin, Lapis, Lapis. If it's lapis like lapis lazuli, the stone, it's a pretty name. And if it's not, it's still a very pretty name. So Elin, here's what we can do. Okay, so I don't do free questions, but I do take my time. I charge $10 for a question. I take my time and make sure I give you very specific answers, very detailed answers. If that's something you feel comfortable doing, that's great. If not, I completely understand. I do appreciate you stopping by the channel either way, and I do appreciate you asking, "Hi, may I ask?" In the future, with any psychic that you're dealing with or any tarot reader you're dealing with, I think that's very appropriate to start off that way because that's very nice. You are welcome, Elin. Um, okay. Yeah, but that's. Oh, you donated. Okay. Let me see here. Let me look here and see what we have. Okay, so let's wait a second here. Is it Deponshi? I hope I'm saying that right. Let's wait a second here. It hasn't come through yet. And this, I do not feel, if it hasn't come through, it's not necessarily your fault. Okay? It's not necessarily your fault. Sometimes my links don't work. But if you try to do it again, and then for some reason 2 payments go through, I will immediately refund you the other payment, and I'll do that right now. It is gone. Okay, so let's see here. Let's see. I'll see. I'll look again on my end. Let me see if it's going through. So every time I get money, right? I usually deposit it pretty quickly. So right there, I don't have anything. I don't have anything in my account as of right now. Um, if you need to, Depanchi, and I'm sorry to say this, if you need to do a dispute or something through PayPal, you can do that if the money is gone. We can wait a little bit here to see if it comes through. But right now, what I'm seeing, there's nothing coming in yet. So let's give it a couple minutes here and see if something comes up, okay? Let's just give it a couple minutes here. I am sorry about this. I've had this happen. I've had this happen one time before. So let's just wait here. We will see what we can do. All right, let me look through here again. Let me close out of everything and then open up the app and see. So right now, there's no money that's come through, and if money comes through, I would let you know. But right now, nothing on my end. Every time it happens with me, I'm sorry that's the case. If you can, you should be able to file a dispute. You should be able to say something and call PayPal, and I think they'll refund the money. If that's how it happens, or if that's how it happened, because nothing's coming up on my end, and the last payment I have was from the last reading I did, and that was at 10:28 is what it's saying on here. Or no, 10:26. Yeah, I'm not gonna do yes or no. I do not have the money on my end, and I don't work for free. I understand that you paid, but I'm not seeing anything on my end. And if something comes up, if the money comes through, we'll do the question. But right now, I'm not seeing anything on my end. I would say contact PayPal, and even if you need to, I mean, if sure, I can share my email. My PayPal email ID. I'll just do it that way. I will show that it's okay. Perfect. Perfect. All right, let's do that. Let's do this email address. Okay. All right. I'll be waiting for the email here. Maybe something will come through while you're doing that. Let's see. I'll see here. I'm refreshing here. It's probably taking you a second to send me the email, so take your time. Okay. Hey, Gavin Clare, how are you doing? Welcome to the channel where the weird rule the world, or this room. Kind of, it's more this room, but welcome. Have I seen you before on here? Have ye been here before? Right now, I am just waiting to hear back from someone who's wanting to do a possible reading. But yeah, I'm still doing readings. I'm gonna keep going for as long as I can. So yes, I'm still doing readings. I do charge for my readings, but I will assure you, you'll get your money's worth. And I'm very, I get detail and I give you my time. So um, it's if you want to do super chat, it's 13 because Google takes 30%, but PayPal or Cash App it's 10 because I usually collect the full amount of the money given. So if you would feel comfortable, we can do that. And if you have more than one question, we can work on a rate for you. I also do energy healing as well, if that's something that you would want to try. But so these are my prices. Or wait, you can't see the thing. Hold on. There it is. Hold on. Nope, that's not it. All right, so I'll do this. I'll move this so you can see. Nope. Okay. All right, so we could do $10 a question or 3 questions for 25. Or we can do energy healing, or we can do different things depending on what it is that you would want to do and where you would want to go. We can do that. Just depends on the questions and what you're doing here. And I will give you presence and time. And this is a sacred space. And so, yeah, I'm just waiting to see if there is another payment possibly coming through from another person that I'm talking with here. And so that's why it seems like it's lulling just a little bit. But while we wait, Gavin Clare, if you wouldn't mind, tell me a bit about yourself. My name's Chance, and I don't like to dance. Just because it rhymes doesn't mean I do it. Um, but yeah, my name's Chance. I've been doing this for about 5 years, kind of off and on. I do psychic, tarot, some mediumship, energy healing, stuff like that. And let's see. I enjoy long walks on short beaches. And that's love animals, cats, dogs, have a rabbit. Um, and I have a mustache. It's not quite an animal, but kind of have to feed it and everything. So Okay. Um, so, I wonder why I couldn't get that to display. Oh well. Let's do. All right. So who is up next? Is anyone wanting to do a reading up next here? Let's see. I need to turn. There we go. Turn that one. All right. Yeah, just waiting to see here. Let's see what else we have here. Are you interested in the spiritual world at all, Gavin Clare? Or Gavin? I'll probably just call you by that name instead. And if so, what kind of interests you? What's your thing? Because I love me some crystals. Have a cute little jar with some chakra stones. Have some labradorite. That's good for the heart and the throat chakra. Speaking your truth and allowing others to speak their truth. So really good stone. All right, well, let's do this here. Let's see what I can get doing this. We'll do a little bit of. It's not scrying. It's not quite scrying, but it's like kind of inspirational writing. And I'll kind of see what comes up from that kind of scenario. I generally will have 3 words come to me, and then from those 3 words, just like reading tarot cards, we can go into that and get something from it. So let's see here. Give me just a second here. Okay. We got our first word here. And I'll tell you all of them. Or we got our first suggestion here. And I'll tell you all of them once I got all 3. So let's do this here. Okay. So let's talk about this. So we have heart space. Hey Mars, how are you doing? Sure. If you want to do a reading, we can do that. I charge $10 for one question, 13 if you do super chat, $10 if you do Cash App or PayPal. Awesome. I'm glad you're doing good. If you have a spiritual question, I'll answer that for free. But if it's more like a personal question, those ones I do charge for. So you let me know kind of where you're at and what's going on, and we can go from there. And new viewer, and what's weird is I swear I've seen that name before. Okay, so you have a spiritual question. Is that correct? You're a student. Okay. Okay, if it's a spiritual question, I will answer that for free. But if it's a relationship question, Okay, you're new here. Awesome. Okay, well, welcome to the channel. If it's like a relationship question or a financial question or something like that, those I do ask for money for. But if it's spiritual, we can do a free question. You're welcome. Do you okay, let's try this. Do you have a spiritual question? Are you wondering about something in a spiritual way? Maybe you you're wondering how to develop psychic ability, or you're wondering how to do that kind of stuff. If you have a question that's spiritual, we can do that. Um, but I would want you to guide it. I'd want you to ask the spiritual question, and then I can answer, if that's okay with you. And I don't bite. I promise I don't bite. You can feel comfortable with me, or you can give me a guidance. Okay. Um, hey, Suckin Desh. I don't know if I'm saying your name right, but hello, I'll call you SD because I don't want to butcher your name. And I'm sure it's a very beautiful name. I am literate, yes, I can read. Okay, so and yes, I can do readings. I do charge for readings if it's like a relationship question, if it's a financial question, right? I do charge for that. Spiritual questions I don't charge for, but I do charge for other questions. So if you feel like you can do that, um, okay. So if you want to do a general reading, we could do that for $10 for the general, or we could do it for 13 if you go through Super Chat, or $10 if you go through PayPal or Cash App. Because I don't do free readings. I do talk about spiritual concepts with people. Yes, you did, Mars. Okay, yes, you did. Um, so that's an interesting one. Okay, I'll ask you this, Mars. Have you ever done anything in the spiritual realm before? Because you said, "Well, I get power of meditation to identify things which are going to happen in the future." So, have you ever done anything before with any spiritual abilities, like psychic abilities or anything like that? If not, that's okay. I'm just curious here. I'm thinking I'll be on here for another maybe 10 minutes, and then I think I'm going to take off, guys. But for the 10 minutes I'm on here, unless someone comes on and pays for a reading, um, no, I just went to temples and worship God. Okay. Um, so in my experience, Mars, so I feel like in order to predict future events, or in order to have the power of prophecy, let's call it that, or seership, we need to practice. We need to practice developing our psychic abilities. It it generally does not just happen. Some people are born with abilities, but most people have to work to get their abilities to a point where they can use them, right? Um, so to answer the question, if you wanted to develop these and you were serious about developing this, and I'll even go as far to say you had a reason for wanting to see the future, um, then I feel like yeah, you could definitely see the future. You could see some events, but what would be the reason to see the future? what would be the purpose in that, right? Because generally speaking, like for me personally, um, doing psychic development, doing mediumship development, you you have to know how to apply the abilities so that you can strengthen the abilities. And generally speaking, we don't start with seership or prophecy or seeing the future in like an event kind of way, like to predict negative events which are going to happen. Okay, so yeah, you can develop that. That's definitely something you can develop. You have to take the right steps to do it. When it comes to seership or prophecy, that part, that one right there, that's not my expertise, right? I do psychic and tarot and some mediumship and energy healing. That's my primary. And if that's there, if you want to help people too, then yes, you can develop. You can develop it. Um, I have a few. I mean, if you want, I have books that I could recommend. That if you feel like you want to read those will help you develop your psychic abilities. But in my opinion, it is something you have to work towards. Just like you would study for a test, you have to practice these abilities, or else you're not going to gain anything from it. You can wish and wish and wish for psychic ability, but more than likely it's not going to happen. You have to put in the work and the effort, right? Um, Taking the right steps, though, that's the part that people get lost on. I have a couple books I can recommend for starting out doing psychic training and psychic abilities, because that can eventually lead to seeing events if that's something you would want to do. But also try to keep a session on live for free for students like me, like once a week. If it's, like I said right here, Mars, if it's a spiritual question, those are always free. Spiritual questions are always free. If it's a relationship question or a financial question, those aren't free. I charge for those, but spiritual questions are always free. So students, if they want, can come on and just talk with me or talk with other people in the chat if they want to do that. I encourage communication. I encourage the chat to keep going. So it's always free for spiritual questions. Hey, buddy. That's my cat down there. For example, okay, that's a good question, like the framework. Okay, so a spiritual question would be, right, how could I gain psychic abilities? How could I do mediumship? How could I speak to people that have passed on? Um, Basically, like how you can do certain things, or how could I access this? How can I astral project? How can I, X, Y, and Z, like how to develop abilities. Maybe you want to talk about a dream you've had, and things kind of like that, simple things. Um, Primarily stuff like that. So like how to develop abilities, what those abilities can do. Basically spiritual questions, right? I feel like that's about it. Or how do I get started in tarot? Or how do I things like that for the spiritual questions. So yeah, buddy. Hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully that makes sense. But like developing psychic a bit, like you said, meditation to see future events, that's a spiritual question. Um, yeah, you can. So Yes, yeah, you can read for yourself. You seem to have a pretty good understanding of what I'm saying, so I'm gonna say it like this. When we're talking about tarot, when we're talking about learning tarot, all you're learning is like symbols. Okay, if you've ever looked at like Egyptian hieroglyphics, right? You see the symbols, the way the Egyptians communicated. It was a very symbolic way of communicating. Tarot is similar, right? You sort of learn how to do it. How can one start with tarot? Okay, so you learn how to do it by kind of just jumping in. Okay, and when I say that, I mean it like this. All right, I'm gonna hold up a card, and you guys tell me what you see. Okay, we'll do this as an exercise. I'll hold up a card. You guys will tell me what you see. There are no wrong answers. Okay, I just want you guys to feel into the card a little bit. I want you guys to see what you see, and just tell me. Tell me what you're feeling, what you're seeing, what symbols you have. And we can focus on color. Okay, we can focus on the movement that's being displayed in the card. We can focus on the character that's in the card, and we can focus on the background. And there's a lot of other ways we can focus, but let's have those four be our focus, okay? So I'm going to hold up a card, and you guys tell me what you see. When we're reading for ourselves, I'm not saying that it's difficult for the sake of being difficult, because it's not. It's difficult because when we're reading for ourselves, we tend to be biased. We tend to only want good things to happen for ourselves. And when we get negative cards, we'll be like, I don't want to read that one. Or when we get a card that is quote unquote negative, or something that is an obstacle, or something that is difficult for us to do, we tend to look at that card and discard it. And we kind of cherry pick what we want to read. So if you can do tarot without doing the cherry picking, you can read for yourself. But a lot of times we're kind of interested in our own story, and we don't want bad things or obstacles to happen. So that's why reading for yourself can be difficult, but it's definitely not impossible. Okay, so let's do this. All right, I'll hold up a card. I want to find something that's kind of well defined. So give me just a second, guys. I'm almost wondering if I need to grab my other deck here. Okay, here we go. This is a well-defined card. All right. So I'm going to show you this. And if you want, you can think in the way of symbols. And if you guys have ever done anything with dream interpretation, it's very similar. It's very similar to a symbolic language that the tarot speaks in. Could you be able to predict events of the future? Yes, you can. You definitely can predict events of the future, but it takes time and it takes practice to be able to do that. It's generally speaking, it's not something that just happens. Again, some people are born with the ability, and I had an experience where I had a spontaneous awakening, but from what I understand, most people don't have that. Anyway, so let's look at this. And I'm not special in any way. Anyone can do this. Anyone can do this if they apply themselves to do it. It's not like I can do it. Yes, Mars, and I am answering you. I answered the question. So when I hold up this card here, what do you see? Okay. If I hold up this card, what do you guys see? We've even read this card on the channel quite a few times. So you guys can cheat a little bit, and if you remember, there you go, Mars, perfect. Moon at the sea, okay? So, tides, yes, there you go. Okay, so the moon affects tides. All right, so let's go a little bit deeper. Hey, Shruti, I hope you're having a good evening, and thank you for subscribing. So the moon is at the sea right here, and you said tides. Okay, when the moon is making tides, right? It's pulling on the ocean. How is it doing that? It's kind of through an invisible force, right? When the moon is making waves, it's through an invisible force. We're not seeing it. There you go, moonlighting the way from darkness. Perfect. That's a good one too. So this right here represents the subconscious. Moonlighting the way. The way I would read this card is it represents the subconscious because it is the moon card, which is the major arcana, the moon. Okay? And the moon affects the tides. It does it in a hidden way, it does it in an invisible way, and the subconscious is like that too. Helping someone from drowning. That's good too. That's really good. We could be helping someone from a situation that is too much for them to handle. That's another way we can read the card. So, depending on how we would read the card and what we're seeing, we can then draw another card. This is the Magician card, okay? Kind of reminds me of Prince. But we can draw another card here, and this one is saying, right here, something completely different when we pair it with the moon card, okay? No, you're good. You're good, Vicky-licious. Yes, I'm trying to teach tarot. I'm trying my best to explain it, right? Tarot is incredibly fascinating, but it's through a symbolic language. It's through symbols that humans learn. And we can also talk about the hero's journey, which is what the archetypes of the cards are based on. Archetypes being characters. You can view each one of the cards, the major arcana, almost like actors in a play. In fact, you can view life like actors in a play. But let's say that each one of these cards is, like I said, an actor. And each one of these actors embodies a certain characteristic. When we're talking about the major arcana, the magician, or the Hierophant, or the Empress, right? Yes, mysterious, hidden. Yes. And the magician, camera's having a really hard time focusing, guys. Hold on. Come on back to, there we go. When we're looking at the magician, this card here, hidden and mysterious. Yes, the magician is mysterious. The magician is also known for being a manifester. Okay, the magician is technically, it's the first major arcana, but the Fool is the 0 card. The Fool is the very start of the major arcana of the tarot. So there is a 0 card. This is the 1. This is the magician. And it's someone who can manifest. It's someone who is good at manifesting things. Possibly for themselves, possibly for other people. But it's someone who works with manifesting energy and bringing about results, generally speaking. All right. So that's, yes, he does have something hidden. Absolutely. Because the magician here, let me show you closer. The magician, it's hard to see it, but right here, there's an infinity sign, and then there's a cup. And then he's kind of holding all of the suits. He's holding a cup. How often do I do this session? This is the first time I've done anything like this. I just want people to be able... Oh, Manju, thank you. You're very sweet. Okay, we can address some of these questions. I'm going to go a little bit more into the tarot, right? And we're going to go from there. The magician holds all of the keys, right? And because he holds the wands, the pentacles, the cups, and the swords, those are the suits. Those are the suits of cards that we're talking about. Because he holds the wands, the cups, the swords, and the pentacles, he can manifest anything from those elements. He has absolutely everything he needs to manifest, okay? Then I'll have to do lives where we talk about the tarot. I'll have to do some more lives where we talk about the tarot. If you guys like this content, please let me know. Subscribe and like the video. By a click of a finger, so to speak. Absolutely. Will you keep the session like once a week or often? Yes, if I get people interested in this, absolutely, you guys. I can teach the tarot. We can talk about stuff and you guys can ask me questions. Okay? I do not mind doing that at all. And we can even do readings if you guys want to donate too. And I can show you how to read the cards. I generally teach as I go when I do a reading for people. I generally teach. My cat was scratching. Awesome. I'm glad you guys are interested. Okay. Yes, the magician manifests easily. The magician manifests effortlessly. Now, when we're talking about these cards, we can also have a reverse card, okay? The magician in reverse. The magician in reverse is incredibly different from the magician upright, okay? You don't have to read tarot cards in reversals, but you can choose to do that. We can take live tarot sessions. I'm happy to pay. Study tarot. Okay, awesome. All right, I think that's something we can absolutely do. We can talk about all the different cards and different ways we can. And I'm getting ahead of myself. So right now, Shruti, again, hopefully I'm saying your name right. The tarot card readings aren't free, but I'll talk to you guys about this. My readings, it's $10 a question, or $13 if you go through Super Chat. I can do energy healing as well if that's something you guys want to do. I spend time on your questions. I make sure that you get answers and that you feel validated and heard. But I don't do free questions. However, I do want you guys to talk about spiritual concepts with me. Those are free. You want to talk about spiritual stuff, that's free. Okay, so death card in reverse. That's a really interesting one. So let me grab the death card and let me show you. I will say this though, magician in reverse is someone who is manipulative and someone who can be narcissistic. It's someone who's pulling the strings from the shadows. So if someone had manifesting energy, but in a kind of a negative way, they would be manipulating things from the shadows. They would be having people do their bidding, stuff like that. Okay, Shruti, go for it. What do you want to share? And let me do this, you guys, and let's see what we got here. So, oh, right there, the death card pops up. Okay, Mars, have a good time studying and don't work too hard, okay? Take some breaks. Here is the death card right here. Kind of hard to see this one, but you'll notice there is a horse and there is a skull up at the top, okay? The death card is very, very interesting. So the death card is Scorpio. That's the zodiac sign that it represents. It represents Scorpio. And with this Scorpio sign, all of the concepts of Scorpio come in to play, right? A few things I know about Scorpios are they can be secretive, right? They can be people that are vindictive or they want revenge, right? The negative side of Scorpio. Every sign has positives and negatives. No sign is exempt from that. So I want you guys to understand that every sign has a positive and negative. For instance, right? Sagittariuses can be assholes because they open their mouths and they speak whatever they want. But at the same time, they can also be very fierce companions. They can be very good people. So, and I'm saying this because Tauruses, which my sign is, Tauruses can be stubborn for absolutely no reason, and we can be assholes too. Okay, so each thing here that I'm talking about, yes. Okay, what energy could you feel about me? I have exams in December, which are very tough, but I'm not yet fully prepared. So Mars, I'm not going to answer that question. Hopefully you do prepare. I would ask for compensation for that one because it's not spiritual. Like I would be feeling your energy, but I'm giving you an answer that's your personal answer. No one else can take anything from that, if that makes sense. Okay, so I always get a vision of getting married but currently it seems that will not be possible. I'm getting negative, and brother, I am always seeing angel numbers 10, 10, 11, 11, 9, 9, 9, 9, and 3. Can you tell me, should I believe my vision or not? So let me go a little bit more into this, and then let me see what I have here. When we're talking about angel numbers, when we're talking about this stuff, we have to remove ourselves. We have to remove ourselves from the situation and look at it in an unbiased way. A lot of the times, the thing we really want to happen, we really, really want to happen. And so anything that comes into our mind or our vision, we'll take that as a possible sign. And a lot of times we get caught up in it. We get very caught up in it. So that can be something that happens. Hold on one second here. So death card in reverse is the refusal to change. Vicky Licious was asking me that. The death card in reverse is refusal to change because death is about change. Death is a transitional energy. It's not the end. It's about change. It's about going from one state to another. When the death card is in reverse, we are refusing to change. We are stopping the changing process and we are not wanting to adapt or evolve anymore. We're staying stuck in our way of thinking and not wanting to do anything else. Okay, so that is the death card in reverse. Death card upright is change. The death card is not a bad card. It just represents change, right? I'm Leo Sun, Pisces Moon, Capricorn. Oh, okay, awesome. So you guys, I will be right back. I'm gonna go use the little boy's room, a little potty for me, and then after that, we'll go back on into this. So you guys stay tuned and like and subscribe if you haven't. I would appreciate it, and we'll come back and do some more tarot teaching. Okay? Hopefully that works for you guys. So hold on one second. Oh, Vicky Licious, thank you. Thank you so much for saying that. Um, so let's talk about some other stuff here. Okay, so with tarot, like I said, we're learning the symbolic language, and we're talking about, well, we have the major arcana and the minor arcana, okay? And then we have court cards, and I'll explain those. Major arcana are these ones. Okay. We have the moon, we have death card, we have temperance. There's quite a few major arcana. Depending on the deck, it can be 22 to 23, but some decks have more. But traditionally, it's, yeah, it's about 22, 23. I say that because my decks vary a little bit. Now, when we're talking about this here, we have the Queen of Cups, okay? This would be what's called a court card, all right? And generally court cards, because they're queens, kings, pages, or knights, court cards can represent a sign of the zodiac. So if you see the Queen of Cups, it's generally, it can be Cancer, usually, primarily it's Cancer, but it can be other signs as well. It can be Pisces, or it can be Scorpio. So these can represent people possibly coming in or out of our lives, depending on, again, if it's reversed or if it's upright. So the Queen of Cups, upright. This would be someone who would embody the divine feminine, okay? Can you guys tell me what is the divine feminine? Have you guys ever heard that term? Can you tell me what you feel like that is? Okay, there's no wrong answers. I'm not going to be mean. We're just going to talk about this and work on this, okay? So tell me what you think is the divine feminine. Again, no wrong answers, because we're just going to guide each other to a different place of understanding. And tarot is leaves a lot to interpretation too. That's something I want you guys to understand. What's in the tarot card? Okay, so that's a very good question, Vicky Licious. So we have Queen of Cups, and we can see that she's holding something and she's in the water. Okay. And she's kind of shrouded. There's a mist. But that is the Queen of Cups. So I'll ask you this. What does water represent? Okay. And if we don't have an answer for that, I can come in and answer that. Okay? Perfect. Vicky Licious, perfect. Emotions. Absolutely. Water represents emotions, because what can water be? Just like an emotional state, water can be calm. There can be waves. And what do? We follow those waves. Okay. In an emotional way. Evolved feminine energy, someone who has learned a lot from life and experiences. Perfect. That's a good answer too. Okay. Emotion is what this card represents. Because it is a cup card and because it has water in it, there is emotional energy here. And because right here, you can see that she's in the water, okay? That represents her bottom half is in the water and her top half is out of the water. So she's not drowning. She's standing in the water, and it's a purposeful decision. So this card represents a woman in her emotions, a woman that is fully present and with her emotions, and someone who understands the emotional part of living. Right, full of emotions and sensitive. Absolutely. But beyond that, this represents, in my opinion, this represents the divine feminine. When we're talking about the divine feminine, that's receptive, okay? And that can be passive energy as well. I don't mean passive is a bad thing. I do not mean it that way. Passive is actually a really good thing, because we can view the divine feminine sort of like how a spider builds a web. Okay, and again, I don't mean that as an insult either. I love spiders. They're amazing. They're awesome. But a spider makes a web, and then things come to the spider. Does the spider go out and hunt? Not usually. No. The spider builds a web, and then it waits for something to come to it. And then it eats. The spider knows that the universe is going to give it something. So it waits, and it's patient. And in my opinion, that is the divine feminine energy. It waits, it's patient, and it doesn't exert its energy on things that are not going to be fruitful. So it goes after things, or rather it has things come after it, by using that kind of universal energy, that pull, right? And we can view the divine feminine like the moon and how the moon pulls the tides. Okay, the moon does so. It pulls the tides in an invisible way. And when it does that, it's showing the emotional state. We're working through that kind of thing. So the divine feminine is hidden. It's kind of in the background. It's passive, but it's incredibly receptive. And because of that, it's able to show us so much more than just the divine masculine alone, because the divine masculine, by opposing opposites, okay, the only way we learn things in this world is by learning through contrast. We have left, we have right, we have white, we have black, we have day, we have night, okay? We only know one because we know the other. All right, we have hard, we have soft, we have all these different kinds of things, hot and cold. But again, we only know one because there is an opposite that we also know. So this is where things kind of get interesting. So when we're talking about the divine masculine, we're talking about an action-taking force, okay? The sun shines, the sun grows things. The sun isn't hidden, right? The moon has night. It takes the sun's glow, but the moon is of the night. There are hidden things, there are shadows, there is the subconscious. The sun is conscious energy, it's action, it's doing, it's going out and doing the thing, right? But in a lot of ways, things get mixed up. The divine masculine hasn't been the divine masculine for a very long time, okay? Because the divine masculine takes when it shouldn't. It takes action when it shouldn't take action. It doesn't listen. So that's what we would call like the toxic masculine. But in a divine masculine way, the divine masculine goes out, it gets, it receives, and it has. It kind of has that kind of quality. Okay. But wouldn't the Empress be the ultimate queen of the tarot? As she is the, I don't know how to say, she provides it, she provides it to everyone, if that makes sense. Again, that's my opinion, sorry. No, you're good. You're good, Vicky Licious. I'm not a tyrannical ruler. I would almost view the Empress very similar to the Queen of Cups. I feel like there's several cards that I feel like embody the divine feminine and embody the divine masculine. So you're not wrong. Yeah, you aren't wrong, but I feel like there's other cards that can also embody those aspects as well. Because there isn't just one way you read the divine feminine. Likewise, there isn't just one way you read the divine masculine. The Empress card would be more of the divine, right? Because it is a major arcana. And is the Emperor the divine masculine? Yes, it is. Yes. The Emperor is the divine masculine, absolutely. But you can read other cards as having the traits very similar to those cards. And so the Empress is Taurus, right? And the Emperor is Aries. So that kind of shows you right there. The Empress is Earth, and the Emperor is Aries, which is fire. Okay. So if we look at it this way, Earth is kind of like this. This will sound weird. I came up with this. I'm sure other people have talked about this too. I thought I was clever for coming up with it. But if we rearrange the letters of the word earth, we get the word heart. And I always found that interesting, right? Heart and earth. It's funny that our central organ is also rearranged letters of the word earth. But also, we have something else too. Earth represents stability. It represents kind of a calmness. It represents a certainty, right? But on the other hand, we have the Aries, we have the fire, we have the Emperor. That's action, that's willpower, that's purpose. But if that card is reversed, we're looking at someone who's taking things that aren't theirs. We're looking at someone who's making people feel uncomfortable, who is very, very assertive in getting their way, and they're manipulative. They can be not nice people. So if that card is in reverse, that's the toxic masculine. So it's the masculine, but it's the injured masculine. Okay, doesn't mean we should feel bad for it. It means we should steer clear of it. But it's it's each person's job to work on their own trauma and to work on their own stuff. But primarily, that's kind of what I'm talking about here. So, let me get something here. Okay, so as we're talking about this, yeah, there are several cards that represent divine masculine, divine feminine. And that works through a duality construct. Okay, you can't have one without the other. Okay, just like you can't have a front without a back, you can't have up without down, You can't have a crest of a wave without the trough, which is the underlying part of the wave. You cannot have the divine masculine without the divine feminine. Neither one of them is better than the other. No, that's not what it's about. Humans like to categorize things. They like to say this is better than that because we like to have an order. We like to have that. In the duality mindset, everything is equal and there should be balance. Right now, the world isn't in balance, though. So there can be some issues there, absolutely, because the divine masculine has hightailed it out of here. And the divine feminine, in my opinion, I think it stays around. I think it's still here, but it's been suppressed by the toxic masculine. And so that's kind of where we're at now. Or you could think of the toxic masculine as the patriarchy, people trying to take away women's rights, everything like that. And even some women have that in them as well. They've become, what's the word? They've internalized the misogyny of men, and some women will even be on that side as well to try to take away women's rights and to try to be that as well. And so we live in a world where there desperately needs to be balance. And the divine masculine needs to step up and start taking responsibility and start saying, hey, I'm here. What do we need to do? Anyway, kind of got off topic there, but that's something that I feel I'm just passionate about because there needs to be balance. But, and here's the thing that's interesting. When there isn't balance in this world, when there isn't balance and things are uncomfortable, that's when people grow and that's when we have life lessons. That to me is why the world can be so difficult sometimes. If we were comfortable all the time, we would never grow as people. When we have experiences, they temper us, they make us stronger. Sometimes they make us weaker until we understand them in a different way, but ultimately it's meant to make us stronger. It's meant for us to experience something. And these experiences in the big grand picture, they are neither good nor bad. They are just experiences. As an observer watching, okay? As an observer watching, if I did not have any stake in the game of life, and I was just watching life from way out here, and I was watching all these people, I'm observing their lives, and nothing they would do I would really think was good or bad, necessarily in the grand scheme of things. If I'm an observer and I'm impersonal, everything is just experience and that's it. And in my opinion, that's what the universe is. The universe is just an experience generating machine. It wants to know itself through us. We are the lenses of the universe looking at itself. Or rather, you could think that we are playing a huge game, the biggest game of hide and seek that we've ever seen. And we're trying to find the universe in everything that we look at. And when we do, we say, found you. Aha, I found you. But we need to find that in ourselves. I always felt the devil is toxic masculine. Okay, so here's when we're talking about the tarot cards, the devil actually right, Vicky Licious, absolutely. So, and to me, it doesn't matter as much, right? Sun, moon, rising, stuff like that. Personally, I don't think there's anything necessarily right or wrong about it. I view it in a way of kind of like it's more information that we could possibly have. Like if I wanted to look into it, I'm sure I could get more details. I'm sure I could understand it more. But I generally don't go into that kind of stuff. I understand traits. I understand the birth dates and stuff like that. But I don't go into reading someone who's a sun this, moon that, and rising this, and give them a different reading because of it, right? I've never done that because I think in the situation, yes, devil. Okay, so let me explain this too. Yes, personality can be different. Actually, depending on how we grow up and if we deal with our trauma that we had growing up or we don't, our personalities can be incredibly different from the sign we think we should be because we have unhealed wounds. And we can be coming from a place of that unhealed wound, okay? And then we're either expressing We're either expressing the toxic feminine or we're expressing the toxic masculine. And each one of us, me and you, we all have divine feminine and divine masculine inside of us. Likewise, if there are things we have not healed, if there are issues that we've never gone back to and really sore spots with us in our soul, we can act in a way that's the divine or that's the toxic masculine or the toxic feminine. Okay, the way I would describe it is like this: you have, and I'll explain the devil card here in just 1 second, but you have the cup that represents the feminine, okay, and then you have, oh, you are so good, Vicky Licious. Don't you even worry about it. By the way, I love saying your name, Vicky Licious. Anyway, but don't worry about it. But when we're talking about the divine feminine, or we're talking about the feminine, we have a cup that we can look at. Okay, the cup is a very important tool. What does the cup kind of represent? It represents the womb, right? It represents the womb. It represents a vessel that holds something else, right? And so that's something we can absolutely look at. So when we're talking about the divine feminine or the toxic feminine, that cup that we were talking about just barely, that cup can either be filled with poison and be given to someone and they will die, or that cup can be filled with nutritious water or something to hydrate and to nourish the body, and that person will live because there's healing properties with that. Likewise, the masculine can be viewed as a sword. Okay, the sword, and the sword represents kind of the phallic symbol, right? The sword represents the phallic, and that represents the masculine because it shows an action of doing, right? And so when we're talking about the sword, that sword can either be used to cut people down, innocent people down, or that sword can be used to protect people. Okay, so either one of these, we each have all of these inside of us, and depending on how far we've come and the traumas that we've healed or haven't healed, we will express these qualities or we won't, right? And thank you, Janelle, for subscribing. Awesome. I really appreciate that. Now, the devil is an interesting card. The devil is not a bad card either. In fact, the only card, major arcana, that I would say could be read as pretty negative, most, some of the time, would be the Tower card, because the Tower card is change, and it can be devastating change. The Tower card can be things crumbling down, and the only thing left is the foundation, because the rest of the tower fell. And so we have to start building something from the foundation again. So that is the Tower card, and that can be a hard card. Difficult, not necessarily negative, because a lot of times when the tower falls down, we can use that same stuff we built the tower with to build an even better tower and to strengthen the foundation and to understand things from ground zero, working our way up to being an experienced master. Sometimes we need that to happen. The devil card is Capricorn. Yes. The devil card usually represents someone that has a mask or a blindfold on. Generally, we don't see the eyes. In some tarot decks, you do. But that's to show that the devil is blind. The devil is a blind card. The devil is not a bad card, though, because the devil generally talks about vices and things that people do to escape reality. The reason why the eyes are covered is because the devil is escaping reality. The devil is saying, you're not here. Focus on your vices, whether that's alcohol, porn, video games, or whatever it happens to be. If we're running and we're escaping from life's issues, the devil card can come up to say, look at your life. You're escaping. Instead of focusing on fixing your problems, instead of focusing on doing something productive and good with the time you have, you're choosing to constantly escape. So the devil card brings about a way that we can look at ourselves through self-reflection. It's not a bad card, but it does call you out on your shit. Okay? So take that into consideration. So devil's not a bad card. And then we can talk about some other stuff too, but are you guys wondering about any other cards, or do you have any other questions along those lines? I love talking about this, so please go ahead. I'm thinking at 12:30 though. I'm thinking in another 24 minutes I'm gonna log off for the night, but I'll be back on Monday. And if you guys want to do like a donation class kind of thing, we could totally do that. But right now, just enjoy this one, and please feel free to ask questions. But I wouldn't mind being paid for my time, right? That would be nice. But I just enjoy talking with people too, so. Okay, just gonna take a peek here. I was going to teach a class on psychic and mediumship development as well, but tarot falls right in line with all of this. In fact, in my opinion, if you really mastered one spiritual ability, and I say mastered in quotations, I'm going to say that in quotations because you'll never master any of these. But if you master, quote unquote, or you have a sense of mastery in these skills, I feel like you can do all the other skills too. They're kind of interchangeable with each other. Um, Again, depending on how we develop as spiritual people or as psychics, mediums, things like that. But yeah, we do. We do. We need to go through life as a lesson. Um, if I can talk to you guys a little bit about this kind of concept here, and this is from Alan Watts. Look him up. He's amazing if you guys haven't heard of him already. But Alan Watts talks about a concept that I think is interesting. He mentions that imagine this kind of scenario. Imagine that we're these infinite beings, okay? And we're given the ability to manifest anything immediately. Like it could be lessons, it could be experiences, it could be people, whatever it is that we want. We're in a mental plane and we can manifest things in an instant, okay? Eventually, when you get done with the, you know, really long orgy, or when you get done with experiencing all of life's pleasures, and you've experienced them to the point of like, I'm bored. I'm bored of this. Eventually, when you get done with that, then I think you would come to a point where you would say, you know what? This is really, this is boring. This is really boring. So what would that person do? What could they manifest to make it so that things would be interesting again? Okay, so we're these infinite beings, and now we have something a little extra. Now let's take into account this. Let's say that these infinite beings dream, and every time they dream, they live a life. They live a full life. We're talking about a full 70, 80 years in this dream, okay? Now, eventually, when you've lived 70 or 80 years and you've had those really happy experiences, like I said, really long, happy experiences, you would want something that wasn't happy because it eventually becomes boring. So eventually you think, okay, I'll make a random button. And every time I fall asleep, I'll have amnesia as to why I'm dreaming. Okay? And when I press that random button, I will immediately forfeit all of my godlike powers, all of my universal powers, and instead, I will become something that has to find itself. No matter what the circumstance is, that's the game that I feel like we're playing. We're hitting that random button, we're living a life, and we have 70, 80 years, hopefully. And during that time, we have to keep trying to find the universe. And there's so many different disguises that the universe comes in. Kind of, but it's like imagine having that random button, you hit it, and you have a different life experience every time the last 70 or 80 years. You have the amnesia, you have everything else, but karma means something. It's kind of hard to explain. Karma does not mean what we think it means. In the West, karma has been contorted into something different. Maybe we can go more into that, but karma is not what we think it is. It's not what goes around comes around. It's we can go into that a little bit later, but it's a different concept. Anyway. Um, the West tends to take things and let's say it actionizes it or it brutalizes it and it makes it American, or USA kind of a mentality. And when something is brutalized, you take away all of the actual meaning of it because it wasn't supposed to be what goes around comes around. But we can talk about that later, Vicky Licious. But you're not wrong for saying so. It's like karma. I want you guys to feel like you can talk to me, okay? Because I don't look at that and think anything other than the fact that you guys are here and you're wanting to learn, and I'm learning too. I'm always learning too, and the way I learn is through a gentle process. So if I'm not being gentle, or if I'm not being that for you guys, please let me know. But please feel free to say things, um, and we can kind of go from there. But yeah, so there's a lot that goes on there. But when we're talking about hitting that random button, eventually that's what we would do. We would get tired of having the long drawn out pleasure time, and instead we would say, okay, I'm going to take away all my infinite power. I'm going to lock that away. I'm going to go into this world with amnesia. I'm not going to know why the hell I'm here, and I'm going to try and figure it out. I'm going to try and figure out life. And every time we do that, the universe gains experience. And when the universe experiences itself through us, that's when it's happy. That's when it's going through, and it's going through its kind of thing. And so, no, Vicky, you're good. You're good. Please, no, everything's fine. I promise, it's all good. Um, yeah, it's all good. Don't you worry a bit. Okay, so, but anyway, that's just something I kind of think is interesting. Not necessarily true, because if I'm ever talking to you guys about spiritual concepts and I'm just talking about it one way and I feel like that's the right way, no, that's wrong. It's my perception. It's my way that I see it, but it does not make it the right way. And I hate it. I hate it when psychic or spiritual teachers say there's only one way to do something, because there isn't. You've limited yourself to one way of teaching. So don't tell me that there's only one way to learn, because there is. I'm a little passionate about that, because people should have the ability to learn something and not feel like there's only one way to do it. In India, karma is your present action and also the life that one is living of their past actions. Okay, so okay, that makes sense. In India, karma is your present action, and also the life that one is living of their past actions. Okay, so maybe that is something. I need to learn. I need to look it up again. But that was something that I thought was different. But if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, right? And I'm okay with being wrong. I'm just fine with being wrong. And if so, Vicky, I'm sorry. Sometimes I can come across as a know-it-all, and I'll try not to do that. But I'm human. You know, I make a ton of mistakes. Bear with me, please. Um, but so that's what I feel like's going on there. I I feel like karma can have a part in it, but I don't think it's all just karma. But it could totally be just karma. I don't know. I really don't. And I want to always say I don't know in a lot of these situations, because I want to have my opinion be. I want to change as time goes on. I don't want to be locked into one way of thinking. So, yeah. There is living a positive way of life, negative. Life is what you are given, but I apologize if I've said. No, 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 Vicky, you're so good. You're so good. I can tell you right now, I I get upset. I do. You know, I'm a weird dude, but I rarely get upset on here. I mean, it's pretty damn rare that I get upset on here. Um, and so don't worry, you have not offended me. I'm not upset. Um, I might be a little gassy, but that's me. No, but I'm not. I'm nothing but air and earth in my chart. Okay, I don't necessarily believe in 100% of this kind of stuff, but I do feel um, that I just don't have that fire. I don't have the fire to get super angry on here or to get upset, because I understand it. We're all learning and we're all just talking. So please view me as a student as well. And, you know, every now and again, I'm the teacher, and then every now and again, I'm the student. Likewise, you guys get to take that role too. It's kind of like we're throwing a ball back and forth, and each one of us talks about an experience, or talks or shares something. Okay? So that's something we can do together. And I want this community that we're building here. I want that to be the basic tenets of this community, is that no one's a master. Okay? We're all learning from each other. So Karma is good or bad depends on our intentions. That's what I've learned till now. Okay, so if yeah, I can see that. I can see that. And that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. So if I'm getting things in a way that I feel like is wrong or misguided, I'll look more into it and I will learn kind of what we're talking about here. So, guys, and like I've said before, please feel free to correct me. Um, and if I'm doing a reading for you guys, please feel free to say if I'm not being if I'm not accurate, because that's the only way I learn is by hearing no, right? I learn more from no than I do from so many yeses. You know, I don't like being wrong, but if you're wrong, you're wrong. No, I mean no one likes being wrong. You know what I mean? But yeah, so this is something that we just take time. We just take time. We get to know the subject. We get to know the concepts, and I mean that's it. We're all students of life, and that I firmly believe that. If I lived to be 1,000 years old, I'd still be, I'd still be a student of life. You never become the master. As soon as you think you're the master, you've shut yourself off from learning. I should take tarot classes. I probably could learn a little bit more if I took tarot classes. That wouldn't be a bad idea. Right. We are all learning off you and vice versa. We can talk. We can all talk. You're right. I appreciate your words of wisdom myself. Had a weird spasm in my throat. Um, Thank you. I appreciate that. And yeah, we're all just learning. We're all just. And there's a quote that I like. I can't remember who said it, but it's one of my favorite quotes. And it says, basically, think of this life as we're all just walking each other home. And I really like that. We're all just walking each other home. And I don't know. I think that's really beautiful, and that's something that I really really like, and I've resonated with that lately. So I've been thinking about that a lot. There we go. Oh, okay. Either way, either way, yeah, it is a journey. So if you would want, okay, let's do this. Monday, Monday, I'll start a tarot class. I'll have it be a couple hours. There's something we need to do though. So if I'm on here and I'm given my time, I would need money in exchange for that, not because I don't want to do this for you guys. If I had all the money in the world, I would do this for free. No questions asked. But if I am doing this, I would want to have some sort of compensation. Um, so I could get a goal of donations. I wouldn't want anyone to overpay, right? Maybe $10 a lesson to learn and to sit down and you guys can ask me questions and we can go from there. But I wouldn't want it to be too expensive. But I also, just like anyone else would want to be paid for their time, I would like that. So, um, and I think that's fair. And the reason why I'm kind of adamant with this is for the longest time. I don't know if you guys know, but on this channel, I did free readings. I did free readings so many times. And I've done free readings. I've done probably hundreds and hundreds of free readings. And it comes to a point where I feel like I'm worth more than that, right? And it's not because of anything else other than you want to get paid for a living. We want to have something, but um, I could do it. If we could get enough people interested, if I felt like people were interested and willing to pay for the class, I would have no problem. Can we start Saturday like today? Monday is a work day for me. Um, Okay. Okay, so let's do this. I've been talking to you guys for a minute. I've been talking to you guys for a while. We could do, I could do another hour that we're talking about this because I've been talking just about this for probably, I think, like an hour and a half. So if I did another hour, I feel like that would be okay for the 10 USD. Um, that's just fine, Vicky. Here's here's what we could do. Okay. Um, for those that can pay, please do. For those that can't, please come by and help support the channel by subscribing. And if you feel like you can donate, please feel free to donate. Um, that's going to be something I'm going to have to kind of push going forward. But I don't want anyone to feel like they can't listen because they didn't pay. But I do want to get paid, right? So if people can pay, that's great. I would love to make um, anywhere from $30 to $40 or more a class, and so I'm not asking for a ton for 2 hours. But if we could somehow do that, that would be great because it helps me to keep going. It helps keep me motivated to do this because uh, I do want this to be my full time job after all. So, yeah, okay. So we'll talk for another hour. And then hopefully, Manju, this will be the class, if you're okay with that. Because I generally take Saturday off, I take Sunday off, and then I work Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So if we're gonna do this, I could do it now. I can do this right now, and then we can go from that. If okay, thank you, Manju. I appreciate that, my friend. I do appreciate that, and that helps the channel. So, all right. So let's. Oh, let me show you some cards. Oh, thank you, Vicky. I appreciate that. That's very sweet of you to say that. So let me grab another deck. Hopefully you guys are up for learning a little bit more. Let me grab another deck that can show a little bit more detail on the stuff that we're talking about. So give me 1 second here. Okay. All right, so I'm going to show you guys my favorite deck. Okay, I don't use this one a ton because it's hard to shuffle, but yes, she is. She's awesome. Anju is awesome. She's been supporting the channel for a very long time. Very long time. She's been really good. Okay. All right. Thank you, Manju. I appreciate that. So, like I said, I'll be done at 1:30. So that's about an hour and 5 minutes from now. So hopefully that works for you and you feel like you get your time out of this. Okay. I do enjoy talking, so this will be fun. And I really appreciate that again, Manju. Okay, so I'm going to show you guys more detailed cards that will show up on the camera. Okay, this will be something that is going to be, it'll just be a little easier for you guys to see so that you guys can understand the concepts that I'm talking about a little bit more. So this deck here is called True Black Tarot. Okay, kind of hard to see, but it says True Black right there, and it's gorgeous. And this is actually okay. This is actually like textured to look like this. This isn't just ink or whatever, so there's actual texture to this, and each of the cards also has texture. You have the Rider-Waite Tarot. Okay, so that's actually the one deck I don't have, is the traditional tarot. But I can show you the cards and how they're similar from the Rider-Waite to this. So we can talk about this and go into some detail. I wanted to show these ones because these are super, super like vibrant, but these are very gorgeous cards. That one is the Ace of Wands. And we'll talk about these different cards here. So, the very first card we will talk about, I'm going to grab it. and then I will show you guys. Awesome, both of you guys got Rider-Waite. I'm the only one that doesn't, so. Let's keep looking here and see if I can find these cards, the one I'm looking for. Okay. You guys just give me 1 second here. I'm trying to find the card. And like I said, these cards are hard to, they're super, I mean, I don't know if you can see, super thick. Like these are very, very thick cards. Like each one of these could be a very thick business card, kind of a feel. It's very hardy cardstock. So just give me 1 second here. Oh, absolutely. These cards are gorgeous. So you have this one here. The Tower card in this deck is beautiful. You have someone and their face is gone and then they're falling apart. But it's gorgeous. And then you can see an eye right here, kind of showing more to it, right? The eye is looking at this, that's the observer. And the eye does not put its own interpretation on things, the eye just observes. It's kind of like if you guys want to think of a camera. If I left a camera set up somewhere and I hit the record button, that camera is going to record anything that comes in front of it, no matter what it is. That camera is set to record, it's going to record unless it gets full or something becomes corrupted or the battery fails or something like that. That camera is just going to set up and watch everything that is in front of it. And it's not going to turn off because people are being mean, or it's not going to turn off because there's these different events happening. It stays recording because that's what it does. It is the observer. Okay. All right. So let's look at these. Again, I'm trying to find the one card here, and then we can talk about this. But in the meantime, we're going to start with the Fool card. Okay, that is the 0 card of the Major Arcana. Yes, they would be holding on to the inner world. So when we're talking about, actually, let me do that again here. When we're talking about the Tower card isn't the decimation of everything. That fails to capture the point of the Tower. The Tower card is having something forcefully changing on us a situation, okay? Look at this card again. What you see here is that there's cracks all over, but there's still parts that can be saved and salvaged. But there's an inner world, and you can even see that there's like a fox or something going behind him inlaid in the card. And we can talk about that too. The fox can represent wisdom, and it can also represent cunning. So we're not losing the whole self when the Tower crumbles. We're losing the parts of the self that no longer serve the purpose to our higher good. When the Tower crumbles, it generally means that maybe there's something in our life that we've been ignoring, things have been happening, and so life says, you know what? I'm going to do something, it might be painful, but the only way you're going to understand this lesson is if it's forced upon you. And that's the Tower card. Okay? It's not a bad card, but it shows us things that possibly in the moment we feel like we're not ready to see, but we are ready to handle if we can look at it head on. So this card here does show holding on to the inner world, because the inner world here will only change as much as we're ready to change. Even in a forceful event, there's certain parts that we won't take in. You know, it could be a traumatic event, it could be things going on. But yeah, right. External is falling apart, the inner is rising. So that's one way you can view it. The way most Tower cards look in most decks, I even think the Rider-Waite, I think, it's like lightning is striking the Tower, and then the Tower is falling over. But not the whole Tower. The whole Tower doesn't fall over. Like half, maybe 2/3 of the Tower has fallen over, but there's still a foundation that we can build on. So sometimes we get thrown down. Let's say we're at a 10 in life. We're feeling like we're at a 10, okay? A 10 out of 100, right? But a 10 nonetheless. So we're feeling like we're at a 10. The Tower card comes in, and now we feel like we're at a 3. But we still have 1, 2, and 3 that we can build off of. And from there, from the 1, 2, and 3, we can get 4, 5, and 6. And from there, we can get 7, 8, and 9. Okay, so that's kind of what we're talking about. Thank you very much, Vanita Sadar. That's very sweet of you. Yeah, as you said, you can go through things again and again, but then the universe will force something upon you to either change or end to start again. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. When we're talking about these kinds of events, when we're talking about the Tower card, we're talking about this kind of change. We have to focus on what change is. Okay. So change is interesting. Change is it's kind of like it's throwing you the ability to look at yourself and work on what you don't like. To look at yourself and work on that. Now, when we're talking about how people develop, it's like a relationship. If it's meant to end, no matter how you rebuild it, it'll fall. You learn. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, 100%. And another thing that we can kind of relate this to, because I talked about this earlier on the channel, is that we can look at this kind of like, so how do we build self-esteem and self-confidence as people, right? The one thing that we can do is we have to be incongruent with our actions. We have to be incongruent with what we feel our morals and values are, and then actually executing those morals and values. And then our self-esteem and our self-confidence can rise because we're living the life we feel like we should live because we're adhering to our morals and values. A lot of times in relationships that are toxic, we stop adhering to our own morals and values, and we instead keep selling ourselves short again and again and again. And eventually the universe is like, you're not worth that. You're worth so much more. And if I have to do this, it's going to hurt, but it's going to work. And that's usually where the universe comes in. You can view it as something that's mean. You can view it as something that's doing whatever. But the universe shakes you awake when you've been sleeping, and then it's your job to start waking up. Okay? That's kind of what the Tower card could be. Someone shaking you awake. Okay, you guys remember that. Now, okay, let's talk about another card. Let's kind of go into detail about another card here. I know you guys, I know that's weird that we're going to talk about another card. You know, it's a tarot class. What the hell else we talk about? Anyway, so we have this card here. So this card is my favorite. I don't have this one in my room. I have the Magician framed. Like I have a big not a huge blown out poster, but I have the Magician framed in my room, and you can buy the prints of these, and they're gorgeous. Oh God, they're so beautiful. I love this deck. But let me show you this card. This is my favorite card, and for a few reasons. But let's talk about this. All right, so this card, this is Temperance. And look at that. You can see a yin-yang symbol behind her head. You can see the red. You can see the wings. And then you can see Temperance right there. And you can see things in the background. Now in this card, we're going to talk about what Temperance means to me. And you can also see this. One of her hands, one of her arms is red, holding a white ball. And one of her arms is white, holding a red ball. It represents the duality. Okay? When we're talking about duality, again, we're talking about learning from contrasts. We learn black from white, day from night, hot from cold. And we cannot have a front without a back, okay? We can't have the tail of the cat without the head. I mean, we can, but that would not be a good idea. But right here, yes, the art is mind-blowing. I love it. I love the art so much. Love the red hair. I do too. Oh, she's gorgeous, isn't she? Beautiful. So Temperance, Vicky Licious here says patience. Yes, patience is a good word for it. But also Temperance takes two things and combines them. Okay? With any spiritual abilities or practices that we're talking about here, duality is at the core concept of everything that I'm going to be teaching you. Absolutely everything. I can't be, for instance, okay, here's a duality concept. I'm teaching you guys something, you're learning something. But if you guys weren't here, I wouldn't be teaching. There's kind of a give and take. right? And that also is a duality, giving and taking. They're polar opposites to each other. There has to be a cause with an action, kind of a thing. There has to be something that triggers something else. And so when we're talking about the Temperance card, we're talking about combining energies. And the angelic side, yes, you guys are seeing that perfectly. Perfectly. She represents, in a way, in this picture, she represents organized chaos, if you want to think of something like that. And with that, what I mean by organized chaos is if you were looking at the universe and you're looking really close at the universe, everything would seem chaotic. But I truly believe that if you took your perception and you went far enough out of the universe, you would see the pattern of everything that ever existed. And you would see that there was absolutely no chaos to begin with in the first place. Everything was organized in exactly where it should be, but we viewed it as chaotic. Until we zoom out enough, until we can get that field of view, we view it as this messy thing. I don't think it is. Okay? So, you take fire, you take water, and generally speaking, that is what Temperance is doing. She's usually doing something like this, and there's fire coming out of one cup, and then there's water coming out of the other cup, and they're meeting in the middle. What's interesting about that, when we take fire and we take water, okay, we create steam. And steam is very cleansing. Steam is a very powerful thing when we're talking about cleansing ourselves. We're talking about cleansing our bodies. And in, I think it's the Tao, there's practices in the Tao and in Qigong where people take these alchemical elements of fire and water and they use the organ's energy. And from that, they can create steam in their body and they can actually cleanse their organs from the inside out because they're able to harness this kind of thing and do what's called inner alchemy. So that's something that it's really interesting stuff. But let's talk about the tarot. All right. So the combination of two things, the combination of the feminine, the combination of the masculine, neither one is taking over the other. They are in perfect harmony. Temperance is also the Sagittarius card in the zodiac. So that's important to remember. Temperance is primarily a fire card, but it also, if you want to think of it, it's like a fire card that is not scared of water. It's a fire card that's not scared of anything because there's nothing to fear. Because it lives in the duality concept, it has nothing to fear because fear equals love, right? Love equals fear. And we have this kind of concept going on, but because it's complete duality, balanced duality, there's nothing for it to fear because it knows this dance. It knows the dance of life. It knows the illusion of the Maya, which is the illusion of the world, the illusion of where we're at now. Nothing here is real, and I'm sorry to say it this way. Thank you, Vanita. You're very sweet. And hello, Sahil Sabia. Hopefully I said the name right. But as we're talking about this and we're learning, it's important to come back to the concept of yin and yang, give and take, black and white. Neither one of those is better or greater than the other one, and that's what temperance teaches us. So when we're talking about temperance, we're talking about balance, okay? Kind of a long way to say it, but we are talking about balance. Hello, Jadzia Dax. How are you doing? All right. Let's look at another card here, and we can talk about that. Okay, so this is what I am. This is one of my cards. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I have two cards. Me being a Taurus, I have the Hierophant, and then I have the Empress being my cards. But I might be wrong with that. I don't think I am, but if I am, you know. Okay, so the Hierophant right here. Okay. Look at this card. Hierophant is a beautiful card. Okay. He's holding on to his little like Honey Nut Cheerios stick and he's, you know, he's living his best life right here. So temperance, if you want to view temperance, Manju, you can view it as kind of like any sign versus any other sign. It's a combination, but the way it usually is done, from what I've seen, it's fire and water. because those two are opposing elements, right? One cancels the other out. Kind of like how air and earth are opposing elements, if that makes sense. This card, though, and again, mind you, this is what I've learned, and these are my interpretations. If what you feel like is right for you, please take that with you, and please don't feel like you're offending me or anything. What you feel and how you view these things, that's right. So this card here, this is the Hierophant. Now, when we look at this card, what are we seeing? What's one of the things we're seeing here? Okay. Enlightenment. Okay, that's good. That's really good. The Hierophant, though, has a key something. I love how his head is illuminated like the Hierophant must be a very mature figure in the tarot deck. Maybe the Hierophant is extremely wise. Okay, Vanita, yes. Enlightenment from Manju, yes. Okay, so let me explain a little bit more. So the Hierophant, judgment or legal or marriage Hierophant. Yes, Vicculicious is right. So we can have judgment, legal, Hierophant, or marriage. We can also have the Hierophant primarily represents traditions of the old. Okay, it represents kind of the antiqued past, if you want to think of it that way. And what is tradition other than peer pressure from the dead? Okay, anyway, the Hierophant right here, this is something that shows tradition. The Hierophant is one that generally won't change easily, just like a Taurus. When we're talking about being stubborn, oh man, we can talk about being stubborn. Okay, I can talk about it. I'm stubborn. Okay, anyway, so this card, we're talking about traditional ways, traditional values. We're talking about the past. And if it's a good Hierophant card, if it's next to other cards, it can be a very positive force. But the Hierophant is kind of like the old fuddy-duddy. It's a very stuffy, it can be a very, very stuffy card. It's not a bad card, and it is a wise card. But it's kind of like, would you invite an 85-year-old man to a preschool party if he wasn't related to any of the kids? Probably not. It seems weird, Yes, a father figure would be a father figure, yes, grandfather figure, a wisecracking uncle, those kinds of things, yeah, I think we can go with that. But this card here, and we do have the regalness of the crown, but look at the upper part of that crown. It's kind of coming apart. The reason why, in my opinion, okay, the reason why the crown is, yes, it looks like a learned person, absolutely. But the reason why the crown is falling apart is because the Hierophant does not adapt to change easily. Can the Hierophant change? Yes. There we go. I'd invite the Fool card for the party. Awesome. Perfect. And you wouldn't not be disappointed. And we'll talk about why I said it that way. Because the Fool card is fascinating. I'm going to get to that one. So we have the Hierophant, tradition, and it can be stuck in your ways, especially if the Hierophant is in reverse. It can be someone that is very stubborn and stuck in their ways, and there's not a damn good reason for it. There is not a good reason for why they're stuck in their ways. They are just stubborn to be stubborn, okay? So that's the way we can look at the Hierophant when it's in reverse. I haven't talked about the reversals of the other cards. I'll bring those up from now on, but let's go into this one. Okay, so I mentioned the Fool card. And in this deck, it is an interesting card. It's not the same as in the Rider-Waite, okay? The Rider-Waite, if I can remember, in fact, in any other deck, if I can remember, the Fool kind of represents this energy of, well, kind of contradiction in a way, but it also represents other things too. So I'll go into this. So here's the Fool card in this deck. Okay. Now, because I can't show this card up and we can view the details over and over again because of the way I'm sitting and stuff like that, I'll tell you what this card represents, okay? So this card here represents possibly the beginning of something. Now, why would I say possibly? The number 0 doesn't have a beginning or an end. Okay. Yes, new beginnings sometimes, absolutely. The number zero doesn't have a beginning or an end. The number zero is nothing more but the potentiality of becoming something else. Because the number zero is kind of like, why is it there? We have to have something to represent nothing. And there you go. Okay. And yes, taking a leap of faith in the Rider Waite, that's a really good way to describe it too. But the Fool is also a card that kind of comes in, and you don't know if the Fool is insane or if it's the wisest person you've ever met. The Fool is one of those cards that has this look of like it's dancing, it's teetering, it's acting like it's drunk, but it never falls. It's acting like it's doing something, but it never makes a mistake, right? The Fool is a card that can represent mastery, but it can also represent the beginning. So that's something that's kind of contradictory with the Fool card. The Fool card is often interpreted as immature, but like you said, the beginning is quite significant. I often interpret it as someone who is taking the first step, then he matures over time. Beautifully spoken. Awesome. And with this deck here, the Wild Unknown, if I'm not mistaken, the Fool card in this is a baby chick. Okay? And what does a baby chick hatch from? It hatches from an egg. And what does an egg look like? It looks like the number 0. Okay? So eggs have the potentiality. That's what we were talking about. Remember the potential energy? And when we see an egg and we don't know for sure what's in it, there's all sorts of potential, right? So that's something here. Fool here looks positive, looking at the positive side, not looking down the path he or she is walking, though it is lit up. Yes, yes. Because the Fool has a sense, it's kind of like the Fool has this sense of unknown mastery. So you don't know exactly where the Fool is coming from, but the Fool is it's like the Fool is very wise, but also the Fool isn't necessarily saying, follow me and do what I do. The Fool is instead saying, look at the path. Look at the path. Have something be like that. Have the path be your path. Because the Fool's on their path, they're doing their thing. And it's kind of like you can be inspired to live that way. But the Fool is about beginnings. When the Fool is in reverse, however, okay, when the Fool is in reverse, we're looking again. I mean, we're talking about the Hierophant here. A lot of these cards represent the negative values. If the Fool is in reverse, we can be looking at someone who thinks they know it all, but they don't. They have no idea what's going on, but they're convinced that they're very wise. Okay? We could be looking at someone that's like that. We could also be looking at a situation where, okay, let me figure out how to word this. We could also be looking at a situation where maybe someone doesn't know where to start, doesn't know where to begin. How can we start a potential energy when we don't have the potential or the energy, right? There can be a lack of an understanding to want to start something new. So there can be a blockage of step 1 or step 0 in this case. And when we block step 0, we cannot do step 1, 2, or 3. We can't even come close because we haven't even begun to imagine the other steps. Step 1, the house is built. Okay, let's have this be a scenario, or like this. Step 1, the foundation of a house is built. Okay, step 0 is thinking about drawing the blueprints, or step 0 is drawing the blueprints of the house. It's preparing something. When we fail to prepare, how are we expected to experience the reward of having done something, right? If we're failing to prepare for it. But the Fool is a fool, mind you. Sometimes he can perceive to walk with me, but I ain't. My fault. What? Yeah. Okay. And neither, again, these cards can be read as positive, negative if you want to, but to me, labeling these cards as positive, negative, you're missing the point, okay? Because when we label something as positive or negative, it can never exhibit any other traits other than positive or negative traits. We kind of put it into a box, okay? For me, it's the same thing as like, it's the same thing as kind of like gender roles in society. If I'm a boy or I'm a girl, I'm limited in how I can express myself or in how I can do things because society will tell me what I can and can't do, and I'll have scorn if I don't do it the right way, right? So as soon as we label something, we immediately stop it from growing. The limitation and the boundary is our label, okay? So it's important for us to see beyond the label, to see beyond that kind of thing, if that makes sense, you guys. But you can read the cards as positive or negative. I'm just saying, in my opinion, as soon as we label it as that, we miss the fact that there can be other ways we can interpret it. Okay? All right, so let's look at another card here. And yes, someone living in the present, Manju, absolutely. When we're living in the present, we have the potentiality to do anything. Because we're living in the present, because we're allowing ourselves and our attention to be in the present moment, we can do anything that we want to do because we're focused. But it's kind of like a relaxed focus because we're present. And the Fool definitely embodies that. Okay. We talked about this one already, so I'm not going to hold that up again just yet. But we will focus on another card here. So let's do... here we go. This is a good one. This one is one of my favorite cards, not in this deck, even though I love this card in this deck, but it's one of my favorite cards overall in all the decks, okay? Because if you guys know me, and some of you do, we could be... Am I INFP? No, I'm INFJ. I am an INFJ on the Brigg-Myers test, but thank you for saying that. I appreciate hearing that I explained things well. Even if you guys weren't here, I would still be doing this. I would just be talking to a wall. And that's sad. That's not what we want to see. No, I'm just kidding, but... Okay, so this card is an interesting one. Oh, you're an INFP too. Oh, awesome. Awesome. Okay. I think my girlfriend's an INFP, but I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure she's an INFP though. I know I'm an INFJ. Yeah. They can be. INFJs can be great. But we never put the toilet seat down when we're done. It doesn't happen. It's right in the description. Yeah, it's just one of those things. Okay, so we have this card here. So we talked about the 0 card, which was the Fool. And in the other deck that I was showing you guys, we talked about the Magician. Okay, so what would be the opposite in a polar way? When I say polar opposite, I mean the duality concept. What would be the opposite of the Magician? The Magician manifests and brings about into the physical world. This card here is the High Priestess. And you can see this mist around her. You can see all this kind of stuff here. And you can see that she's holding something. So, Manju, I think there's 16 different classifications. You can be like an INFJ, an ENTP, or something like that. Basically, it stands for, if I can remember it, it's introverted. I know the J is judging. You know what? Let's stick to tarot. I know tarot. I know this one. I know tarot. Yeah, Myers-Briggs personality. Yes. Myers-Briggs personality test. You can have 16 different results. Boyfriend is an ENFJ. I've never met an ENFJ that I'm aware of, so that must be an interesting concept. I mean, but okay, so right here, High Priestess. The High Priestess represents spiritual ability. That's the way I read it, okay? The High Priestess represents spiritual ability. So what would that look like? So when we're talking about psychic ability, okay, this is something I'm really passionate about, you guys, and so I'm going to go off topic just for a second. I'm going to talk about another thing that's very spiritual and important to me, and then get back to this because it kind of relates. So when we're talking about psychic ability, okay, there's 2 primary ways that psychic ability can be expressed, at least from the way I see it. Okay, and I say from the way I see it because I don't believe in having a definitive, this is it, nothing else. Okay? So when we're talking about the different kinds of psychic abilities, what does that look like? So we have subjective psychic ability. That's, clairvoyance, that's clairaudience, That's like the clair abilities, or energy healing, or possibly mediumship, depending on the level that it's at. When we're talking about that, that is divine feminine psychic ability. That is the divine feminine. It is subjective. You won't see the same thing I'm seeing unless you're on the same level I'm at, and that's incredibly rare for two psychics to link up and see the exact same thing. It's very rare. It's very rare. Okay, it does happen. It's rare. But generally, if I'm seeing something psychically, you guys aren't. I have to describe what I'm seeing psychically so that you can be tuned into what I'm getting. Okay? When we're talking about objective psychic ability, that's the divine masculine. So you can think of the divine feminine psychic ability as the high priestess. You can think of the divine masculine psychic ability as the magician. Okay? And when we're talking about the divine masculine psychic ability, whether you guys want to believe this or not, telekinesis, aerokinesis, those things are absolutely real. Okay? Those things can be done. And you can train those abilities and you can grow those abilities. One of these days on the channel, I'll show you guys something, and it won't be mind-blowing, but I can do it. Anyone can do it. Okay? You can learn how to do this kind of stuff. It's not hard. But the divine masculine psychic abilities are being able to affect your environment, being able to affect the outer world, okay? And that's the divine masculine. Neither one of those is greater than the other. In fact, besides the sheer awe value of doing something with telekinesis, there's nothing else there. Why would I want to learn it? Why would I want to do it? I mean, it's fun, it's interesting, but the divine feminine, in my opinion, is where it's at, because I think the divine masculine is more about showing off. But yeah. Okay. Now the high priestess talks about the hidden as well. We can view the high priestess. And when I'm talking about the divine feminine and I'm talking about symbols, do you remember we were talking about symbols? The divine feminine is the moon card. We were talking about the moon. So the divine feminine is the moon card. And so a lot of the traits that the moon card has are in the high priestess. The high priestess sees psychic ability, or it sees latent spiritual ability. If the high priestess is in reverse, it means that we're blocking something from coming up. It means that we're trying to hide or run from our own kind of destiny. In my opinion, that's how I read that card. If it's in reverse, it's like we're blocking something. We're taking a step. We're actually taking active steps to not express spiritual ability, or to not listen to the intuitive voice. We're taking steps to be actively ignoring it, okay? But when it's upright, and you'll look at this too, so I want you to see, now this is an important part. Every time when we're doing a reading and we're doing something, okay, we look at the card, okay, look at the negative space around the card, look at the character in the card, look at the top, look at the bottom, symbols that stand out to you, symbols that really pop. You know, each one of those things means something. They're not there by accident. Like, for instance, in the High Priestess card, look at that. The High Priestess, is sitting on a crescent moon. Isn't she? She's sitting on a crescent moon. Can I just say something, though? I hope you don't take offense, but I say that all tarot should be read positively. Is that right? What if a reader would say something and it never came true? Yeah, I can see that. It's, and you can read all tarot positively, but I feel like when you read all tarot positively, some people will miss the point of the lesson, or some people will miss the point of the message. I don't take it, you're perfectly fine to ask this. You can read the card reverse, you can read it upright. That is your choice. That is absolutely your choice. I don't think there's a wrong way to do that. So if you feel comfortable reading the cards always upright, please do that. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. That's your choice. And some people, okay, the reason I'm smirking and I'm doing this is that some people that do what you just said, they read all the cards upright, they can cherry pick the information of the cards that they want to read, and they want to read in a positive way. So in my opinion, reading some obstacle parts or the reverse part of the card, because the card, in my opinion, always wants to be upright. It always wants to be upright. It never wants to be in reverse. And the only thing the reverse card is showing us is the obstacle that we need to conquer to have it become upright again, in my opinion. I'm just saying because a lot I see come for closure or questions to be answered, yet sometimes they don't get what they want. And sometimes, okay, a true psychic or a good psychic or a good psychic or a good medium or a good tarot reader, whatever you want to call it, they need to read beyond the question. Okay, sometimes someone is asking a question and you need to go beyond. You need to go beyond the person asking that question. Still circle back and answer that question that they originally asked, but go into more detail and go behind the scenes to suss out different things, to find different things. Okay, so, but sometimes you don't get the answer you want. I've done many, many readings where someone has come to me, they've even been in a really good mood, but I gave them a reading and it wasn't necessarily what they wanted to hear, but I was right. I was right in the reading I gave. But sometimes you have to be a ball buster. I'm just going to say it that way. I never want anyone to get advice from me and it being so wrong just because I would want to please them, or just because I would want them to think highly of me. A lot of times I have given people some pretty bad news and they've thanked me for it because at least I was honest with them. And I try to bring that to every single reading. I try to bring that to every reading I can. I think energies change because nothing is set in stone. I think tarot should be taken as a medium of guidance, or you can check your subconscious beliefs and work upon the parts that need work. That's a good way to view it too. Absolutely. There's no wrong way. There's no wrong way to read a tarot card. Hi, Priyakoth. Right now I'm teaching some tarot, so I'm not taking questions right now, but I am teaching tarot, so if you want to learn that, you can sit down and watch me flail about for a little while, if that sounds good to you. Okay, so let's move on to another card here. Okay. This card here is an interesting card too. I'm going to say that about every single card. Have you guys noticed that every card is interesting? Because it is. Okay? Don't get upset with me. Okay, so this card right here, this is Justice. Also a very beautiful card. And you'll see behind Justice, I think that's probably the Libra constellation behind Justice, because Justice is the Libra card. And Justice is interesting. There's a few cards that represent the duality concept, but Justice has a way that it weighs the different actions. Justice is always seeking equanimity, equal values to both sides. Justice is always trying to put, if there's a feather on one scale, there's going to be a feather on another scale. Justice wants balance. Because when there's balance, there's a sense of flow, right? There's this sense of things moving and flowing. And this is a positive card. But again, you can read it as different things. So I've had this card, Libra Rising. I really like the Justice card. I've had this card where, depending on how it is with other cards, I've literally read it as this person got a divorce, okay? And they weren't happy about that. So that could be something that they could see as negative, because this can represent a bunch of different things. It can represent marriage. It can represent paperwork, like having to get things done. It can even represent things like staying for the child. If you're in a relationship, and you get divorced, but you have a kid, it could represent trying to be a person that's balanced and trying to bring that energy to the situation. And you'll also see in this card here, it's kind of hard to see because it looks like it's just the hair, but it's not. They are masked. They are cloaked. And then behind them is the light of truth. Okay? You see that sun? That's the light of truth, and it illuminates, not eliminates. Very different things. It illuminates this figure. Truth, okay, I want to say this because I think this is an important thing right here. If 1 million people or a billion people believed a lie, it would still be a lie. But truth doesn't need anyone to believe in it. It just is. You don't need anything to believe in truth. It just is truth. Okay? So take that in. And but this right here, this is a card that just represents balance. It's similar to temperance, but where temperance is mixing things together and balancing, the justice card is about weighing the options, weighing the outcome, and trying to find balance between the two. And the temperance card is about kind of mixing the energies and kind of seeing what comes from that. Hey Ty, will I be on tomorrow? I No, I'm thinking I'm going to take the day off. I'm probably going to come back on Monday and get it going again. But yeah, justice is about bringing balance. And also, if we look here, yes, that's what I was saying. The illumination of truth, that's what the sun is. You are okay. You're okay. So my daughter's a Libra and she ain't balanced. Sorry, she headstrong, but not balanced. Apologies. No, you're good. You're good. So what can happen is that if a person grows up and they're, they have the personality trait or the zodiac sign of Libra, is again, if there's traumas or if there's things that have happened in the child's life or in society or something has happened, that child might not express themselves the way we would think a traditional Libra would. Maybe they're unbalanced instead. But again, that's kind of the duality concepts of balanced versus unbalanced. If someone is unhealed, they will act in a way that is unhealed. So an unbalanced Libra can absolutely happen, or a headstrong Libra, or someone who doesn't necessarily calculate all that. But also, as time goes on, there can be maturity depending, and hopefully people can learn the lessons they need to learn in this life. Um, but yeah, so that would be the way I would interpret the Justice card. It's kind of it's kind of just weighing out the options, if you want to look at it that way, or trying to find the right path. Or you can look at it like trying to find the path of least resistance as well. But again, there's a difference between temperance and this. Justice justice seeks to have balance in all things, but temperance seeks to mix the things to have kind of like a new element. Hopefully that makes sense. Let's look at this. Let's look at another card here. This one. Okay. You guys will like this card. I like this card. I think it's really cool. This is the Lovers. This is Gemini. I want the camera to focus. Sorry about that. I muted it. Okay. I'm sorry about that. I don't know what I was saying last time. When I went over to show the card to the camera, I accidentally muted. What did you guys hear last? I am so sorry about that. And again, hopefully you can hear me now. I'm thinking you can because I unmuted the microphone, so. You are on mute. Am I still on mute? Hopefully I'm not. It says my mic is working now, so hopefully I'm not on mute. Okay. Just the card Gemini. Okay, so shoot. It's probably talking for a minute there. Okay. Awesome. Okay, good. Thumbs up. Okay, so the Lovers card is the Gemini card. Okay. The Gemini card is interesting. It should be working now. I'm thinking maybe Manju, you probably can't hear me saying this anyway. You might be lagging behind. Maybe you're watching this like a minute or 2 minutes behind. I'll wait. I mean, she was the one that paid, so I'm gonna wait until she says. Just the Lover card starting. Okay, perfect. All right. So the Lover card right here, or the Lover's card. Two halves of the same whole. We have the divine, and I'm not going to mute myself again. We have the divine feminine, okay, the upside down triangle, and the divine masculine, the right side up triangle. The divine masculine, again, it represents the phallic. Like I keep saying that because it pierces the sky. That's the whole thing with this. And the feminine, the divine feminine, is the upside down, and it represents the womb. Okay, so that's what we're talking about when we're talking about those two things. When they come together, that creates that kind of balance. And there's actually an energy exchange when two people are being intimate with each other. Okay, for lack of a better word. Again, Gemini, they can be two-faced and quite manipulative. Yes, they can. Yes, they can. But they can also work on balancing. They can also work on balancing things. And so that's something that we can talk about here. Again, it's about balance. A lot of these cards talk about that. So let's look at this here. So I want to show you this card. Yeah, I did, Manju. I did go mute for a minute. Hold on one second. Okay. So, like I said here, I'll show you this card again. You'll notice that they're tied at the wrist, yet they're not looking at each other. Okay? The reason that is because in a relationship, right? In a relationship, we have not two people. If it's a healthy relationship, we actually have two more kind of individuals or entities, if that makes sense. So we have you in the relationship, we have the other person in the relationship, and then we have the third kind of entity, which is the relationship itself. So we have us as a single person, our partner as a single person, and then we have a unified entity that represents the relationship itself. So that's kind of what I see with this. When I see them tied right there, that's showing that kind of energy. They don't need to look at each other. In my opinion, they're comfortable. They feel okay with each other. There doesn't need to be this constant validation of feeling like, am I doing the right thing? Is something going on here? They're individual, yet they're connected. Does that make sense? Because they're not looking at each other, yet they're still connected. There's still that tie on the wrist. They're still focusing on that kind of energy. And the red in this card also represents, the red can represent lust, passion. It can also represent other things too. Let's okay. So when we're talking about this right here, again, and you'll notice also that they're floating up in the air, okay? And when we're seeing that, again, it's showing that when there's a, focus here, it's showing that when there's a unity, it kind of overcomes other things. It overcomes that kind of obstacle. Where one person would face something alone, there can be people facing things together. Again, in a healthy union and a healthy relationship. So that's something that we're talking about. And also, it doesn't have to be man and woman in the Lover's card. In this card, it is. It's showing that, but it can be man and man, woman and woman. It doesn't have to be this stale kind of concept because, again, men and women both have the divine feminine and masculine, regardless of anything else. And there can be that too. Like there can be, again, there can be the negative effects of the signs if people haven't worked on things, if people haven't worked on traumas and things like that. There can be the negative aspects that come out. The way I heard it once was, if you don't heal, if you don't heal what cut you, you'll bleed on people that didn't hurt you. Okay? So that's talking about healing trauma so that we don't hurt other people unconsciously with our trauma responses. Does that make sense, guys? Hopefully that makes sense. Okay. So let's move on to this next card. Let's see what we got here. And okay, and I was going to say this too. So the lovers card in reverse. Okay, I got to do the reverse meanings on these. Think of exactly what I was saying, and you can think of almost the reverse. You can think of almost the opposite of what I was saying. People not working together, people trying to get the upper hand on one another, people trying to manipulate each other. So being in a situation where, again, you're out for yourself. You're not in a union or a relationship. You're trying to get the better of something so that you can win and you can be by yourself, basically. Or you can be in a miserable relationship because there's no equals. There's no balance in this kind of relationship. A lot of the cards talk about balance and how to keep it. Temperance is the mixing of energies. The Libra is kind of balancing the paths, balancing the left and the right, making sure they're even. This card is about unity with another person and talking about those kinds of concepts and the energy that's produced from that kind of feeling. Okay. All right. Okay. So let's do these next cards here. I gotta find a good one. Okay, this card's a little different. And when I say that, it's like the card, okay? This card is Judgment. It's not showing here, but you'll notice that there is I wanted to focus. There we go. Okay. We have the Judgment card here. And you'll notice that there's wings and there's a finger pointing at somebody. Okay? That represents how, actually, there's quite a bit going on in this card. So I'll tell you what I'm seeing. And I'll show you guys. So we have one hand. There's 4 arms with this Judgment card. Judgment in a lot of tarot decks can be represented by an angel or what we feel like an angel would look like. And actually, if you look it up, what an actual angel looks like, it's completely horribly terrifying. I mean, the interpretations that you have and then the pictures of what one would actually look like is frightening. But aside from that, so we have Judgment holding a crown of thorns right here, and then we have a wound right here. There's like a bleeding, there's like a gash or a cut. We have Judgment holding a javelin, and then we have Judgment pointing at something. So literally, you can view this card as Judgment, or viewing something, or judging something, right? But it is also a card that usually responds in a call to action. Judgment comes in for a life purpose. It comes in for a call to action. I've been doing these tarot readings for a long time. I rarely get the Judgment card. I rarely get that judgment card because it's not something that comes up that much, because it generally is either to tell someone that they're on the right path or maybe they're not on the right path, depending on, in my opinion, if it's upright or if it's reverse. Again, you can read the card however you want and however you want with the other cards that are in the reading, right? But so we have something here, and generally when we're talking about judgment and purpose, like I was talking about, this can be ignoring the call, is what it's called. So when we're ignoring the call, that could mean maybe we're ignoring the thing we're supposed to be doing in life. I don't believe there's a fixed destiny for everybody, but yes, that spear, that javelin, absolutely. But also, we have to look at it like this: they're not throwing the spear yet. They're holding on to the spear and they're getting ready to throw it, but they haven't thrown it yet. Maybe they're judging the distance that they would have to throw that spear. Maybe they don't want to hurt somebody or even hurt anything, but maybe they want to judge when the right time to be to throw it, right? Because they're kind of gearing up for it. They haven't thrown it yet. The card isn't showing the motion of the throw, it's just showing the readying of the spear. And we would, of course, think that means the spear is going to be thrown. Possibly the person that gets the card, the person that's doing the reading. And to me, when I look at the spear, when I see it this way, I almost see it like, and this is kind of a weird situation, it's something that I'm seeing with this card. It's like something playing out. I see it going back and getting ready to throw, and when it throws the spear, it lands either right in front of or right behind the person, and the person gets scared. But the judgment card was never meant to hit them. It was meant to bring the attention back. It was meant for them to look at the javelin, look at the spear, and be like, oh, yeah, my purpose. Oh, it brings attention to it. That's what I see it as. And again, in reverse, you're ignoring the call. When this card is upright, depending on the different cards that it can be next to, it can be read as people that are hearing the call and they're responding to it and they're doing what needs to be done. And I don't think life ever tries to force you to do something, but sometimes I feel like we're given a certain set of abilities. We're given a certain way of interpreting life or the universe. And I feel like because of that way of interpreting life or the universe, maybe we're meant for something that's more specific. That doesn't mean it's good, that doesn't mean it's bad, that just means that there could be something that's a little more specific that we need to experience in this lifetime. And the judgment card calls to our attention the fact that maybe our lives are just a little bit different because we have to experience something. We have to, or hopefully we get to have this experience. Okay? I could also view the judgment card like a promise coming to fruition. That would be another way I would view the judgment card. There's lots of ways you can view these cards, but a lot of it is kind of like, so even after judgment throws the spear and the person looks at, yes, it's free will at the end of the day, absolutely. That's what I was going to say. The person looks at the spear after it's thrown and it hits the ground. Even after that's happened, the person can still say, I don't want to do it. They can still say that. It's their choice. They're not being forced to do it. They're just being called to recognize that there is something there, and here it is. But they don't have to do anything, okay? All right, let's look at, we might have time for one more card here. So let's get a good one. Okay, we'll do this card. Give me 1 second here. 1 second. Okay. So guys, I'm going to read this card and then I'm going to go. But if you guys like what I'm doing, please subscribe. Hit the bell icon or tickle the bell icon. Whatever it is you do to that bell icon, do it good. And yeah, just like the video if you guys wouldn't mind. Okay? I would appreciate it. But also subscribe if you're not subscribed. Or just unsubscribe and resubscribe again if you feel like that would be... It's kind of weird, but okay. So this card here, lovely card. This is the Strength card. You'll notice there's a snake. I was going to say a strength underneath her, but there is that too. But you'll notice there's a snake, and you'll notice the Strength card, and then you can look behind the Strength card. Okay. So when I look at this card, I see a woman. I see a woman that is alone, but there is a strength about her. Okay. The snake represents that strength. We can almost view the snake at the bottom of her feet like Kundalini energy getting ready to rise up, because Kundalini energy is represented as a snake. Ida and Pingala, generally twin snakes that sit at the base of the spine. They come up and they go through the chakras, kind of like how a bike chain goes through the gears of a bike, right? Anyway, discussion for another time. Now, we have someone that's kind of in a cave. She's in a cave kind of scenario. There's a little bit of light coming in, but regardless, even though she's in this place and it's this desolate place, and there's a snake there, there's this kind of power there, she's not scared. And what I think is truly important here, strength is a lot like courage, okay? And the way it works, in my opinion, is we have the it is strength is Leo. Strength is Leo. I was going to mention that. And strength is talking generally in the Strength card. There we go. Generally in the Strength card, the person has a lion. In a few different decks, the person has a lion on a leash, but what they're doing is they're holding the leash of the lion with their hand out like this, and then the leash is just kind of sitting there, but the lion is still staying by the person's side. This represents that we have conquered the animal instincts, right? You can read the Strength card that way. We've conquered the animal instincts, and we're being able to take that in stride with ourselves. So we've become stronger. We've become someone that doesn't give in to our urges necessarily. We've become someone who could be strong and kind instead of just being strong and a brute, right? We can be strong and sophisticated. And that's something in this card that we can talk about, okay? Now, she is in, like I said, she's in this desolate place. There's light coming in, but she is not scared by anything that's going on. In fact, there's kind of a nonchalantness. You'll notice that she's basically naked except for something around her neck, and that her arms are open, showing that she's open and ready to receive whatever is coming her way. She's not closed off to this energy. She's open to it. She's surrendering to it. Surrendering is a true form of strength. In fact, in a lot of spiritual abilities that we'll be talking about on the channel, surrender is the big one. Surrender is the one thing where you can get everything done. Surrender is that powerful. And it's interesting. It's interesting that when we stop, when we surrender, the power is given, that abilities are given, but that's exactly how it works. Kind of contradictory, but it's good. Yeah, it is hard. There's a lot of hard lessons in life. There's a lot of things that we have to go through. But the Strength card primarily denotes not necessarily a primal strength, not like a brutish strength, but like a sophisticated strength, like a strength that gives and that can protect other people. It's a strong card. It's that strong-willed card. It's the third chakra, the solar plexus chakra, which talks about will, which talks about purpose. And the thing is, when we take the third chakra, when we take the will, when we take the purpose, we're also talking about the fourth chakra is right up above that. And the fourth chakra is about love and letting people be. When we go from the will and the purpose of the third chakra, if we don't incorporate the heart chakra in there as well, like I said, we become brutes. We become these people that control and dominate, and that's the way we go forward in life. When we incorporate the heart chakra, when we incorporate that, we allow other people to speak their opinions, to voice what's going on with them. We allow other people to express themselves and realize that it doesn't hurt us when others express themselves, because we're strong, because we're confident in what's going on there. So hopefully you guys, that gives you some insight on some of these cards. I'll see you on Monday. I mean, I'll see you on Monday if this is something we can do again. But yeah, Monday, 8 p.m. Mountain Standard Time is when I will go live, and you guys are more than welcome to join me. And if I can get enough money and we can do this as I'm teaching a class, because I feel like it's only fair to be paid for teaching a class. Um, yeah, if you guys can donate, please do. If you can't, I understand. Please listen to the class anyway if it's something you want to listen to. Don't feel like because you can't pay that you're not supposed to listen. Please do. Please stay. Communicate with the chat and have this be an open kind of thing, okay? If you can't donate, I understand. Please still come here if you feel like you want to. I've learned so much. Thank you so much, Manju, for donating for this. Yeah, she was awesome. Absolutely awesome. So, Manju, do you feel like you got your money's worth here? And again, I know I keep saying it, but please remember to like and subscribe. Happy Halloween, by the way. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Spooky season is upon us. I'll definitely take that Happy Halloween and I'll give you a Merry Christmas. I think that's what we're doing, right? We're just saying things. No, thank you. Thank you for the Happy Halloween. I appreciate that. All right. I got to do things. And so I'll tell you kind of what I do now. Okay, when I've done a session with people or any kind of thing, any kind of thing, I'm not going to be vague. Remember that. When I've done sessions with people, thank you guys so much. Um, or I've done readings for people, or even doing this class, I'm communicating with a lot of people. There's a lot of energies that kind of come and go, like a transient kind of wandering energy that keeps coming in and going out. And there's nothing wrong with that. But what I like to do is after this, I'll light sage. I have an intention of um, only the positive can stay here. And anything that is of a lower vibration, please go into the earth with love, appreciation, and kindness. And I have that be something because even if something is of a lower vibration and it's negative, it doesn't do us any good to hate it, right? When we hate it, we adopt that same vibration. We need to let it go with love and appreciation instead of hating something that could be lower. So it to me, it helps to do that and put it into the earth with love. So yes, thank you. You were good as always. Awesome. Awesome, Manju. Perfect. But do saging if you feel like that's something you want to do. I personally do it. I work with people. I want to make sure I stay on my game, and to me that helps. Whether it actually is doing something, I think it is, but it's also the ritual of doing something as well that can help. So we can view ritual as a way for us to practice spirituality, and whatever that looks like for you, just do it. Be safe and have fun. Okay. All right, guys. I'll talk to you on Monday. Everyone have an awesome weekend, and I will see you guys. Yeah, I'll see you guys Monday, 8 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. And everybody take care, okay? And thanks again, guys.